Good evening, everyone.
Now you are.
That's better.
Good evening, everyone. We're here for our June 17th meeting. Thank you for all the board members attending today at 6:30. Roll call, please.
Sure. Mrs. Bellomo,
Here.
Mrs. Carrero,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Here.
Mr. Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Olonsky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz,
Here.
Mrs. Seward, and Mr. Cohen.
Here. I'm going to point everyone to our agenda tonight for three important statements. And first, this is sunshine law.
They have to, your mic is like crackly.
Okay.
Try it again.
Better?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to point everyone to our agenda for the Sunshine Law. This meeting was advertised pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act. Statement of videotaping, since this is our board meeting, it's public. There will be a videotaping of it, and it's available over our board and the township website. And that we'll have a period of 2 opportunities for public comments, for the public to get up and speak, one in the beginning of the meeting and one toward the end of the meeting. And then finally, since we are on school grounds and our school policy is no smoking or vaping on school grounds, please be sure to sort of follow our public rules associated with that. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. And pursuant to our agenda that was published, we will be going into an executive session immediately in order to address matters of personnel and attorney-client privilege. We expect that this will take about 30 minutes. Can I have a motion to go into exec? Ms. Gandhi, can I have a second? Ms. Carrero, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. We will be back in about 30 minutes. Ready?
Oh, it's freezing again. I thought it wasn't freezing on Saturday. It's only freezing when we're here.
And I please apologize for being a few minutes longer than we planned.
He switched them up.
All right? Maybe I have to lean in a little bit.
More, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And again, as I said before, I apologize for being a few minutes longer than we expected. We wanted to.
And we switched them.
All right, is this any better? Good.
It's gotta be the wire.
All right, we're going to get started. Mr. Carabello, if you roll call, please.
Mrs. Balomo?
Here.
Mrs. Carrera?
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi? Mrs. Gandhi?
Here.
Mr. Hyatt?
Here.
Mr. Lansky?
Here.
Mrs. Mendez?
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz? In the restroom? Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started with our agenda today. We had already done the first part, so we're going to start with staff perspective.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As you know, each month we recognize staff members with staff certificates for respect. I'm going to call up, we have several members from Marlboro Elementary School. So as I call your name, if you could just come up and stand right here to my right, your left, and I'll just read an email that we received. Our staff members who are recipients of those certificates at Marlboro Elementary School: Marcy Bayer, Scott Brady, okay. Lori Giordano,
Nobody came.
we're batting 1,000 here. Amanda Hagel,
Did they know that they were getting this? Did
and
they
school.
get the email?
They did. School counselor Michelle Mondoro. Okay, they'll be here with us in spirit. I'll read an email that we received. To the principal, dear Mr. Schatz, as our daughter prepares to move on to middle school, I wanted to express our heartfelt thanks to you, the administration, and the entire staff for the care and support given to my daughter throughout her time at Marlboro Elementary School. This school year, under the guidance of Mrs. Bayer, Mrs. Giordano, we've seen real progress in her confidence and willingness to engage. While academics continue to be a challenge, the patience, encouragement, and structure of your team has created an environment where she feels safe and supported. One of the proudest moments of us was seeing her perform a solo act in the school talent show, something we never would have imagined just a year ago. That kind of courage is the direct result of the nurturing foundation you and your staff have helped build. We're especially grateful to Mrs. Mondoro, and Mrs. Hagel for their dedicated support over the years, as well as Mr. Brady, who has worked patiently with her and made learning feel more manageable and less intimidating. Having had both our daughters attend Marlboro Elementary School, we've seen firsthand the consistency, compassion, and care that define your school community. We leave with gratitude and admiration for all you do. Please give them a hand. And the next staff respect certificate goes to Francis Lesemes. Fran, you can stand up here and be embarrassed while I read. This came in, it was a handwritten letter. I'm writing you an old-fashioned letter rather than a text or email because I feel the situation warrants it. Last week, so this was received in late May. Last week, when out to dinner with a group of school nurses, I began to choke. Without hesitation, Fran began life-saving abdominal thrusts with thankfully a positive outcome. While it was, and still is, a very unsettling and sobering experience for me, I was hoping that Fran could be and should be recognized by the board at some point. Well, now's your point. I believe she is certainly deserving of the district's recognition. She has no idea I am writing to you or making this request. Now she does. This harrowing experience happened on May 20th. Thank you for considering my request with love and gratitude.
Absolutely amazing, and thank you for that, and for what you did for that person. All right, Mr. Malone, moving right along, we are at student recognition.
Okay, typically in June, we take a break from student recognition, but we have a very special team joining us today from Robertsville Elementary School. We have Robertsville's principal here, Mr. Giarratano. Do you want to come up and share the good news?
All right. So it is my absolute pleasure to recognize Arya Kadakia, Warham Soon, and Hamsini Kusamanchi, and also Mrs. Farabono, who are Team Turtle. These brilliant students, and they're right here, placed in the top 3. Yeah. So they placed top 3 in the state level of the NJSBA Steam Tank Challenge, where they devised a device to prevent turtles from being caught in commercial fishing nets. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bonos and give you some more details, and then the girls wanted to come up and present their great work.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ballone, members of the board. I am thrilled to be here tonight advocating and facilitating Team Turtle as they navigate through the New Jersey School Board Association Steam Tank Challenge. For those of you who are not aware, the New Jersey School Board Association puts out a Steam Tank Challenge every year that encourages students to work collaboratively to identify and develop innovative solutions to real-world problems such as climate change, the environment, and communities, state and globally. It inspires these students to become our next generation of entrepreneurs, inventors, scientists, engineers, all making the world a better place. There are 3 levels of competition. We qualified for the regional, then we presented at states, only to find out on June 3rd that we are in the top 3. We do not know which one. And we were invited to the New Jersey School Board Conference in Atlantic City in October, where these girls will be continuing to innovate their design and present. And without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Team Turtle.
Good evening, and welcome to Team Turtle's presentation of the TED Cubed. I'm Urim, and did you know that turtles are still endangered today? Since the 1970s, there have been efforts to protect the turtles, but more can be done. That's where Team Turtle comes in.
Thank you, Urim. My name is Hamsini, and I couldn't agree more. To be more specific, the Kemp Ridley turtle can only be found in the Gulf of Mexico, now America. And there are less than 8,000 today. How sad. Even with legal TED protection laws and innovations, these turtles are the most endangered species of all turtles today. But don't worry, Team Turtle's here to save the day.
Thank you, Hamsini. I'm Aria, and I can't wait to share our innovation, the trifecta of turtle deterrents, the TED Cubed. The turtle excluded device has already been innovated with size and material. Our initial design, the speaker net, added the sound of a predator of a turtle as a deterrent. We were thrilled with what we did, and after doing more research, getting more information, and meeting with subject matter expert Liz Clark, who is a marine biologist at Monmouth University, we realized we could advance our product further. Thank you, Aria. We also learned that the best sound for keeping the turtles away isn't the sound of its predator, but the sound of low frequency, like a vessel motor. So we innovated the speaker net to add sounds of vessel motors. We also innovated the bars of the TED to now be made out of a metal mesh, like this.
Next, we innovated the rest of the bars. We learned that turtles are also sensitive to light. So one bar will emit sound, and another will emit a pulsating red light to alert the turtles to danger. This is our new development in our innovation to improve our product.
Lastly, we continued innovating the metal bars by adding a third deterrent to scent. We learned that turtles are afraid of sharks. We also learned that you can easily purchase shark tissue on Amazon. I guess you really do learn something new every day. Well, we figured it out and realized that our third bar could emit the scent of sharks. I just know that when turtles smell this bar, they're going to be thinking, yikes, danger. Our trifecta is complete. Team Turtle to the rescue. Since the 1970s, there have been efforts to protect the turtles. Since 1987, the TED was required by law to be used on all commercial fishing nets. There have also been numerous adaptations to the size and materials of the TED. The Flounder, Parker, and Weetless TEDs are a few examples.
But it's still not enough. As long as the Kemp Ridley turtle is in danger of extinction, we will continue to innovate our design by adding the scent of sharks in addition to our low-frequency sounds of motor vessels. The TED Cubed will surely make a difference.
We even thought about innovating our design further by adding a motion sensor. This motion sensor would be equipped to the net and would emit a sound as well as a pulsating red light to alert the turtles of danger. Before we end, we just wanted to say thank you for listening to our ideas and presentation of the TED Cubes. We look forward to advancing our idea to save as many turtles as possible. I'm just a girl who loves turtles. We're so excited to represent Marlboro at the New Jersey School Board Association as Think Tank finalists.
What is really most remarkable is the Steam Tank Challenge, I facilitate, I can guide, I set up the meetings for them and facilitated the Zooms, but this design and innovation was really all the brilliance of these 3 students. And so can we give them another round of applause, because they are just remarkable.
And Atlantic City, here we come, Mr. G.
That was absolutely amazing, and I love the image of the turtle waving goodbye. I think Ms. Bono said the best when she said innovation, because you 3 thought outside the box. You saw things that a trained professional, who may have masters and degrees beyond the imagination, has not thought of, and you've thought of those 3 things. And how exciting to put that on paper and bring that idea forward in this STEAM town. Congratulations to you. I'm super excited. I have been monitoring and tracking your progress through this, and I keep on getting reports on how well you did. So to find you are moving on to the finals in October, and it happens to be my first conference. I'm really excited to be able to say, see, that's our school, and that's what we do. So I know you're going to have at least 8, if not more, really loud voices cheering you on.
Oh, and how?
All right. So congratulations, Team Turtle. I have one question for you. Who came up with the name? Excellent name. I love it. Team Turtle. You guys rock. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing. And this is just great. Congratulations. Anyone else want to add to that?
I just want to say one thing. Who knew that you could find shark skin online? So thanks for letting us know.
Amazon.
And congratulations. It was on Amazon.
Anyone else? Congratulations and thank you for being here tonight. Great job, ladies. Okay, we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is student impact.
So student impact, we have a short video for you as the school year comes to a close. The June Student Impact captures the end-of-year traditions and achievements of students across the district. Enjoy the video.
Thank you for that. And our last item for the school year is artwork on display.
The artwork on display was shown as you walked into the board meeting today. Just as a brief overview, 6th grade applied art students learned about artist Gustav Klimt and created birch tree paintings in the style of his work. 7th grade applied art students learned about symmetry and an art that was created name art mandalas. 8th grade applied art students learned about color theory in order to make their color wheels. So thank you to Memorial Middle School for their incredible year in their art classes.
Thank you for that as well, and great work on the art display. Okay, moving along, we're up to announcements. Mr. Bowen, you have some announcements?
I do. I have several announcements for today. The first one is on the agenda for this evening. You'll see an agreement for our before and after care program with the YMCA. We had negotiations. Mr. Caravello and I met with the YMCA. Just for a little context, I think I mentioned this at a prior board meeting. I did meet with parents. I put it out there and provided parents the opportunity to meet and or speak with me to gain some feedback, right, with our first year implementing the YMCA. And I did take the feedback from many family members. So thank you. I see some of you in the audience who actually met with me and took the time to do that. I do appreciate it, and I am happy to report, like anything else, right? Every little thing that you wanted and requested, maybe not everything wasn't included, but the big ticket items were. One of the big ticket items was service during delayed openings. The YMCA will provide service during delayed openings. While we only had 2 this past year, they impacted some of our families, and we are happy to report that the YMCA did listen to our request, and they will be providing service for delayed openings for next year. They also froze their rates for the most part. The only rate that increased was the daily drop-in rate. So this year was $20. It went up to $25, which is what our previous provider was charging for several years. So they're really, while it's a slight change for next year, all of the other rates are unchanged. We also have ensured that our secure vestibules are being used for exit and entry, and the YMCA has assured us, and we've also checked in to be sure that is happening at every single location. So that's my update on the YMCA, and the board, it is up for board approval this evening.
Just one quick question on that. On the drop-off, the delayed openings, that will occur at all of the Y locations, or, because I know at one point we talked about a central location.
Yeah, good question. So we had an idea of possibly using a central location. The YMCA said we did not need to do that, and it will be at its regular location. So essentially, if the school is on a 2-hour delay, they will be on a 2-hour delay. So they will be providing service.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Secondly, we had our first staff member AI committee meet. Thank you, Mrs. Gross, for pulling that together. We had several staff members come together and provide input on artificial intelligence and how that's going to help shape our school district for next year. We also went out with an all-staff survey to gain some of their insight on questions, concerns, and some of the professional development that they are seeking in the realm of artificial intelligence. So more to come on that. Again, we have our first staff member committee has already met, and we will work throughout this summer, which will also fold into our 3-year technology plan. So I will come back to the board with further updates. Also, community members, look out for an email from us in the future. We will be reaching out to you if you would like to provide your input on artificial intelligence and technology. We're looking to pull stakeholder input from many different individuals across the school community and the greater community. So please keep an eye out for a communication on that.
Can I just ask a question on that one? And thank you, that's great that they met. When they come back with the level of professional development, do you have a vendor, for example, effective prompting or AI hallucinations? If they come back, do you use a vendor for that?
We do. We actually, for our first meeting, we utilized an artificial intelligence. They're not just artificial intelligence vendor, but a vendor we have used in the past for teacher professional development, who also is proficient in artificial intelligence and its use and its best practice. So we've already engaged with that individual company, and but we're always open to looking at others. And Mrs. Gross and I are keeping our eye on, I'm sure, sessions at school boards will continue for artificial intelligence, and we will continue to look. As things come in, I'm constantly sending her things, she's sending me things, and we say, you know, is this something we want to look into? So we'll have a wide array of resources that we can look toward doing this work.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. One thing I'd like to mention and bring to the forefront it's now June, next month starts our extended school year program. That will go from July 7th through August 14th. The hours will be 8:45 a.m. to 1:15 p.m. Somewhat related to that, I'm sorry, that is a 4-day, Monday through Thursday. So somewhat related to that is the school district hours for all employees for the time period of July 1st, that's July 1 through August 8. Contractually, the MTEA secretaries who fall under the MTEA collective bargaining agreement, our 12-month secretaries in our buildings have negotiated a 4-day work week during that time period, July 1st through August 8th. Now that ESY is also 4 days, just as we did last year, our 12-month employees will also be on that same schedule from July 1st through August 8th. Please know, and actually one of those Fridays, so it's 6 Fridays, and one of those Fridays is July 4th. But please know that should anyone need anything, I'll say on any given day, we're here for you, right? We're not getting an extra day off. We're still here, we're working. Many of our 12-month employees work outside of their school day. I think our board members can attest to that we are all accessible when needed. So if there's something needed, if a parent needs to come in and it's a Friday in between that time period, we'll make that happen. So if they have a meeting, they need some assistance from us, we are happy to serve. But we're staying in alignment with many of the school districts around New Jersey, staying in alignment with the ESY program, and staying in alignment with our MTEA secretaries. So from the period of July 1st through August 8th, MTPS will be on a Monday through Thursday work week.
So, Mr. Malone, I appreciate you bringing that here so everyone's aware of it and the full board's aware of it. Just for clarification, when you say the 4-day work week, if I'm correct, and if I'm not, just say so. You're basically working a full week during your 4 days. It's not as if you're getting paid for 5 days and working like 4. You're getting paid for 5 days and you're working 4 days.
Correct. Yes.
So you're extending the days or extending the hours.
Yep. Our staff members, they regularly do that anyway. But yes, they will be held accountable for a full work week. It just will be condensed into 4 days instead of 5.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Thank you.
And the last item I'd like to bring up is, and board members feel free to weigh in on this one as well. First, thank you for your attendance and participation at our year-end events. We had and continue to have 5th grade moving up ceremonies, kindergarten ceremonies, end-of-year ceremonies, and yesterday we had 2 very successful middle school graduations. I think we had record board attendance, at least in my time here. We had to find extra seats for people, and it was really nice to see the participation from the board, to celebrate our students, and to show our school community that we are all in this together and we support our students and are very proud of the accomplishments they've made for this year. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I want to just add to that, because I want to thank all the board members for attending not only the middle school graduation, which were just great. 2 of our board members actually had graduates, so it was even more special because they were there. Just to be on the stage and see the smiling faces and being a part of it was really very neat. But I want to just also thank our principals for also including our board members in the 5th grade moving up ceremonies. I know that was something new that really hasn't happened
agree.
in the past. But the feedback and the presence of board members at these meetings really had an impact. Because I had parents coming up to me, even today, saying, I didn't know that the board, and they were thankful for us to be there. That was really meaningful. So I'm glad you started something new, and I just hope that future boards continue to do that. Have the board members present, especially. I think that's moving ourselves. If we haven't discussed
I just want to say I appreciate it, Mr. Giratano. I'm going to the Robertsville moving up ceremony tomorrow, but it was so nice to get a whole list from you, and just we were trying to like see who could attend where. So Mr. Cohen did reach out to say, you know, who can attend, and so it was nice that we were able to kind of, you know, if not everybody could be there midday, play off and kind of say who was going. And also, I just want to say yes, shout out to our middle schools, and I just want to say to Mrs. Seward, who had a fellow 8th grade graduate, and I did too, the ceremonies were beautiful. It was nice for the whole board and everybody to be there on stage, so they're beautifully done, and so it was nice to be there.
I'm just going to add, I echo your sentiments as well, but I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Ballone, for being open to the board suggestion of us attending the 5th grade moving up ceremony, and thanks to all the principals that, even though it hasn't been done in the past, that they were open to including us in that. And, you know, I was there for the Dugan one, and Mr. Pagliaro did an amazing job. I was at the Defino one today, and Dr. Stradek, as always, did an amazing job. So I want to thank you for really coming on board with us and getting the principals on board. I think it was a wonderful experience for everybody. So thank you.
I'd like to add to that. I've actually been going to the moving up ceremonies for years now, between Abbott and Dugan, and I've seen a lot of our 5th grade classes move on. And I find that elementary school graduations are some of the most profound memories for our kids, because it's like entering a new chapter of life. And it was really nice to see that this year. So thank you for that. And of course, yesterday at the middle schools, those children all seemed like such little adults ready for their next big move to high school. And it was eye-opening hearing them speak about moving on to all different high schools, because they're all coming from one place and going out, and hopefully they remain connected. So.
That was just an awesome thing, and there are parts of their speeches that I've actually took note of, like the playlist. Yes. Right? That I'm going to try to figure out how to incorporate into my future comments. So really nice. It was a great experience. Thank you. And before we conclude on this, I just want to publicly say congratulations to all of the Marlboro students who moved up this year or graduated, whether it was kindergarten, whether it was promotions from 1st grade to 2nd grade or on to our 5th graders who moved on to middle school and to our middle school kids who are now high school students or rising high school students. Congratulations to them. And I'll conclude with also just a congratulations to Ms. Mendez, Ms. Seward, Ms. Gandhi, all of who had graduates this year, and one of our graduates actually walked into the room. So having a round of applause for all of our students who graduated. All right.
Wait, can I just... I'm going to add one more thing. How amazing was that choir in middle school? Both of them. Like, incredible. Yes. So.
And the bands. Right?
And the bands, yes.
Largest audience they ever performed for. Yep. That was great. Thank you.
No other announcements from me.
Okay, I have two announcements. No, one announcement. Because covered the graduation. I just want to make a statement that says that the board had successfully completed Mr. Malone's annual performance evaluation this evening. And I just want to let everyone know that the board affirms that Mr. Malone has fully met and in many areas exceeded the expectations of his role. And that we want to thank him for his service and his good leadership this past year, and we look forward to continued successes in the year ahead. So thank you all for your excellent work. Okay, we're going to move on. So we're up to Mr. Carabello, school bus driver abstracts.
Yep, so all abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Thank you. And then we are now to your presentation on Charles.
Yes. Thank you. You want to stand up there or you want to?
pass it around. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight, and welcome the Chartwell's team here to present tonight. I'm excited to have with me my area director, Scott Thibodeau, our regional dietitian, Amy Britton, and our regional executive chef, Chef Guy. Next slide. So we wanted to come tonight and talk a little bit about a few things involved with the lunch program. The National School Lunch Program overview, commodities, breakfast, something that's new next year across the district, and what's new for lunch next year. We got a lot of new exciting ideas, food items, and programs coming across the district. I'm going to pass it on to our regional dietitian, Amy.
So I'm going to give a quick little overview on the National School Lunch Program. So National School Lunch Program is a federally funded and federally regulated program, but it's administered at the state level. So all the reimbursement is handled at the state level, and they're also responsible for the enforcement of whether or not we're following the rules of the program. Next slide, please. National School Lunch Program actually started during World War II because they were finding that soldiers were getting declined for service because they were seeing a lot of health issues coming from nutritional deficiencies, which were much more common back then because they had not started fortifying some of the key foods in the food supply yet. So in response to that, they started the National School Lunch Program to ensure that the children across the nation were getting nutritionally sound meals during the school day, and they started fortifying some foods as well. So National School Lunch Program has grown to now a program that serves over 30 million children each year. Next slide, please. So the way that there's a lot of the rules and regulations to the lunch program, but on a fundamental level, it is organized according to food groups. For lunch every day, USDA requires us to have a grain offering, fruit offering, vegetable, milk, and a protein source. And then they've set forth a number of rules around each one of those food groups. For example, the grains now have to be 80% or more whole grain rich grains, which we do a lot of like white wheat blend breads. So fruits, we always do fruit every day, but there's a limit on juice. So at the elementary level, we can do juice no more than twice a week. For vegetables, they've put in a requirement for vegetable variety. So they actually have categorized vegetables into subgroups, and we have to ensure that we menu vegetables from each subgroup each week. Milk is restricted to low-fat milk only. We are required to have a variety of milk choice every day, and there always has to be an unflavored milk available. And then finally, our protein foods are highly regulated as well, and we are required to only serve, outside of raw meats, the only meat products we can serve are ones that have been basically certified in the amount of meat and protein that they provide that meets the USDA requirements. So it's very regulated on what meats we can serve and the portion size we can serve. Oh, sorry, one more thing on that slide that was higher up. The other thing I wanted to mention here that's fundamental about the Offer versus Serve program is something called, about the National School Lunch Program is called Offer versus Serve, which is a concept developed by USDA that says we are obligated at lunch every day to offer a full meal that consists of all these food groups, 2 servings of vegetables, of fruit, but they recognize that students are not going to always want to take all those foods. So students are allowed to decline 2 food groups, and we can still count that as a lunch. The only thing they have to take is they always have to take a fruit or vegetable, and then three components. And then, but what that could mean is that you can see some kids come through the lunch line that will have like really full trays if they take everything that's offered. Whereas you could see another student walk through that just has a slice of pizza and an apple, and that would still count as a meal in USDA's eyes because of Offer versus Serve. Next slide, please. So this next image here is what is called the USDA meal pattern. And this is something else that's strictly followed and evaluated when the state agency comes out to do administrative reviews. And what this basically says here is it's showing the minimum required quantities that we have to offer each day and across each week in the National School Lunch Program. So we can exceed it, but we can never go below these minimums. And so it ensures an appropriate portion size for students every day. We also have nutrient standards, which you'll see at the bottom portion. And USDA has actually set guidelines up for the amount of calories and sodium and saturated fat that gets evaluated when the state agency comes out to do reviews of the program. And we have some new regulations coming into effect in the coming year. There's a new sugar limit. So moving into next school year, there is a limit on the amount of sugar that is allowed to be in yogurt, cereals, and flavored milk. And the following year, they're going to have an additional limit on the amount of calories that can come from added sugar. In addition, they've also started restricting the amount of sodium. So they're really trying to do their best to make sure these meals are healthy for the kids. Next slide, please. So this is just showing you an image. This is straight from USDA showing you what a complete meal looks like, pulling it all together and relating it to USDA's food guidance system called My Plate, which is advocating for everyone to make half their plate fruits or vegetables, and the National School Lunch Program supports that. Next slide. And I didn't want to close out this little overview without just raising awareness of the fact that there is many more regulations that go into the National School Lunch Program that we are responsible for monitoring and supervising as your food service provider. So there's a lot more to the program than just the menus and the food purchasing and the staff. We have all of these regulations here. I won't go into all of them, but I'll just call out a few. So for example, USDA has highly regulated the snacks and the drinks that we're allowed to serve in the cafeterias. And even little things like, we do sell little bags of chips, but if you've ever bought like a box of chip bags for your kids at home at the grocery store, the ones that we serve are actually a special version of that have like less fat. So you can't even get what we serve, you can't even get it in the store, these like reduced fat versions. The same thing with like the little ice creams. They're less sugar and less fat than the regular ice cream bars you would buy at the store. And that's a quick USDA overview for you. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amy. Now we're going to transition a little bit into talking about commodity-based meals with Chef Guy.
Yeah. So the traditional thought process between for what we do with the entitlement that comes every year. So if you guys don't know, the state actually subsidizes some of the program by how many meals we're serving. They actually use a formula, and there's a dollar total that actually comes in, and there's a couple of different ways that we can move through the products. The first way is a USDA program called just Brown Box, and that's basically what it is. They're products that come in brown boxes. There's no label. We don't really know where they're coming from. The government is actually contracting those out, and that's what's coming in. Then we have something called further processed, or NOI, which means net off invoice. What that means is we're taking those commodity entitlements, we're bringing them to actual commodity vendors, our real vendors that you see every day, and they are actually using their program and their products, and we're getting credit based off of that because we're actually moving some dollars there. And then the one I really am very excited about is our Department of Defense produce program. So the Department of Defense actually buys all of their produce and all their items for the Navy, and it gets put onto ships. And so we're bringing into some of that buying power, and we actually get produce that comes in. So we're getting fresh fruits and vegetables coming in from the government, taking that entitlement dollars. So we're seeing things like broccoli, cauliflower, snow peas, tomatoes, cucumbers, fresh apples, apricots. The list goes on. And they're coming in, and the students are eating that every day, which I'm really excited about. So what we're doing is we're transitioning from this commodity-based meal program. What we did this year was we maneuvered all of our entitlement away from Brown Box. We don't know where it's coming from. I don't know what the allergens look like. They could be turkey breasts that come in, but they're from multiple vendors all through the year. I don't know how to track that. The school doesn't know how to track that. Vinny doesn't know how to track that. Amy and I are very concerned about those things. So we're moving away from that completely. We're moving into items that we know, with vendors that we know that you guys see every single day, and we're going to fresh fruits and vegetables. We feel that that is the best option for Marlboro School District. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So what you can see is, here's the reason why. Our vendor partnerships are pretty vast. So you can actually see some of these things that you're buying every single day in the stores. We're getting our chicken from Tyson. We're actually getting our beef from Tyson. They're great. Hormel does turkey and pork products. Kellogg's and General Mills, you guys see them every single day. The great thing about this is it's the versions of commercial products but formulated for K-12. So to Amy's point, less sugar, less sodium. There's a drive to more cleaner labels. We actually had a vendor supplier summit that we just took, Scott and I attended in May. And what we were learning from top to top is that all of the products that we have in K-12 right now have no artificial dyes. And nothing what's being going on right now that we're talking about. We have food that's secured from all of that. And so I'm really proud of the partnerships and what we do. And the great thing about it is I get to test all of the new products. So everything that's coming out to the forefront and what we're looking for, they're coming here. I'm looking at them first to get into our schools in New Jersey, but they're all coming from everything that you guys shop with every single day. Next slide, please. And I'm going to bring this right now to Vinny so he can actually talk a little bit about more what's going on.
So these here are some of the items we were looking to bring in next year. There's some of our new fruit smoothies, fresh made pico de gallo. We're gonna be making our own fresh pickles. Just to go through some of them. I mean, the one that I'm most excited about is all the fresh fruits and vegetables, whole muscle chicken, homemade pizza, and then the fresh salads and parfaits, which is one of the things that we actually piloted over one of our elementary schools, and it was a big hit. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't really expect it, but it went off very, very well, and it was exciting to know that we can continue that going into the next year. Next slide. So now we're going to talk a little bit about breakfast. Finally, we got it across the whole district. So we had one of our schools last year, Frank DeFino Central, which was selected, and we did a little pilot there. It went pretty good, but we need to continue to work on that. We're looking to bring in obviously some better product, but the great news is it'll be district-wide next year. That's what I'm most excited about. As far as implementation, we're still working together with Mr. Caravello and the principals, looking to sit down and figure out exactly how we'll roll it out. We're going to have a lot of communications out to the families via email during the summer to make sure they're aware. YMCA morning care students are allowed to participate. And the only other thing is really just why we do it. I mean, just to think about it, improves focus, memory, and test scores. It helps a child start their day, not hungry. How many kids are, sometimes they're in a rush in the morning, just jumping on the bus, and now it gives them an opportunity to really have a breakfast and feel excited and just ready to go for school. Next slide, please. This is one of our new items that we're going to look to have, the waffle Monte Cristo. We're also going to have a French toast casserole, just to give you a little idea of the vegetables. What's going to happen next year as far as what's new in schools. Next slide, please. These are just a list of some of the new items that we're going to be rolling out across the whole district. So you're going to see, we obviously see, we have the Thumans, the grilled chicken Caesar salad and wraps were some of the items we did this past year. The buffalo chicken salads, turkey BLTs, the chicken cheddar ranch. The strombolis and the calzones have been something we've done at the middle school for quite some time, but we've now are looking to offer that also at the elementary level. Another great thing is a lot of the snacks and beverages options are going to be organic. There'll obviously be an a la carte item, but at least it gives parents an option to select that if they want. The Organic Valley, the Honest Apple Juice, the Annie Snacks, all organic, so kids will enjoy those. Thank you. And this is just a little picture sample of what some of them will look like. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Vinny.
Thank you.
So that picture of those lunches, so that's actually what's going to be served at the elementary school levels as well as the middle school levels, correct?
Correct.
So does anybody have any questions for Vinny and his team?
Yeah, I do. First of all, thank you. I've had the pleasure of working with you in many different capacities, whether it be getting the kids the snacks for their birthdays or working together for school events, and you always go above and beyond. So thank you, Vinny, for that.
Thank you.
Secondly, I want to say, just watching this process take place and your interaction with the community, the parent group and the student groups at the schools, and getting feedback, I think proved paramount in making this beautiful plan. And I think that the feedback from the students that I've heard a ton of, whether it be, my kids or kids, that I interact with, is that they love the buffalo chicken, yes, and that they really enjoyed these new options.
We just did a nice tasting.
That's what I was
on the popcorn chicken, and it was a big hit. Kids were coming up, and can I have more? This will be an option every day next year. Thank you.
And I heard the sauces were great too.
Yes, and the sauces. Yes, thank you.
So again, the reason why we wanted to do this was just we've never really had a full overview of how the school lunch program works in Marlboro, what we offer, what's new. The breakfast program is something new. So last year we were mandated by the state for DeFino. This year we were mandated for Robertsville Memorial, but as you know, last year we said we're going to pilot the one that we have and then roll it out district-wide. The only thing is the implementation, which we're trying to figure out now logistically what's the best implementation, whether it be before the bell, during the bell, and how that would look like from a logistical standpoint when the kids are coming into the school.
Yeah.
But again,
I have two more questions.
Oh, sorry.
My first question is, I know that there was discussion about organic milk options. Is that something that's coming across the table anytime soon?
It'll be there September, first day of school.
Awesome. And then lastly, is there any plan for education for students about making better choices? I know that we said that there is the offer versus whatever, I forgot what
Offer versus serve.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I feel like some of the younger kids don't have the knowledge to make those choices when looking at all of the options. Does Chartwell's do any type of student education or have any programming that's rolled out for teachers?
Yeah, we can maybe talk back in.
Well, we do have a Discovery Kitchen program, which can be run in a couple different ways. A lot of times it's done almost as like a tasting event in the cafeteria, which is a great way to get the kids to have an opportunity to try new foods, especially if you're going to bring them onto the menu. But if we do it during the lunch period, then you can be limited on like how much education you can do. Sometimes what we do is do it, I don't want to say assembly, but I want to say assembly style, where it's like we pull like a whole grade level down to the cafeteria outside of service and do a little bit of a bigger presentation that way. I mean, that's something we'd be happy to get together. I think it just depends on the district interest and support, because you're pulling kids from class to do something like that. Or if you have a wellness committee, that's something that would be a great initiative for the wellness committee to take a look at, because there are opportunities out there for integration of nutrition education to either as enrichment or part of the curriculum. I mean, there's a lot of fun ways to look at that. But I think if you have a wellness committee, it'd be a great focus for a meeting topic.
Thank you.
And again, so before we take any more questions, I just wanted to say, Chartwell's has been phenomenal here, and I know the concerns that Mrs. Belomo brought, Mrs. Gandhi brought to me. When I went back to them, it was like night and day. They just took it and ran with it. There was no hesitation on trying to meet our demands and meet our concerns with some of the food we were offering. So, thank you for that, and everybody on that team is a rock star when it comes to administering the food program here in Marlboro.
And we love the feedback. Thank you.
One other, oh, sorry. I just wanted to touch on Mrs. Baloma. Thank you for bringing up. We also have that in our health curriculum. So we can certainly, I know Vinny is here, as this Vinny said, Mr. Palmero goes above and beyond. So I know, you're from Chartwell's corporate. You need to really understand that this gentleman here he feels like one of ours, even though he's yours. And he treats us that way. So I'd love to partner with you and some of the resources you have and kind of help tie in our curriculum.
Sure.
so we can help educate our kids
Another
even
great
better.
program is the food committee meetings that we have at all the school. We have 3 per school per year, and that's a great way to get the kids involved too. And we're, occasionally we would love to have somebody attend and be nice. Thank you.
So a few things. As a parent, it was actually really nice to hear that the food that we buy at a supermarket versus what is given in our schools has less sugar, less sodium, which I wasn't aware of, so thank you. That's really good information to share. Second, I can attest to Vinny being very accommodating. Before I became a board member, I had come to a board meeting many years ago, and one of the things I mentioned is that we needed some more vegetarian options made available for kids, and I think you immediately did that.
It's been a big hit.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
So thank you for that. And the only thing I would say for this, great options, but I would like to see a little bit more of that vegetarian stuff kind of implemented as well. Okay.
We're incorporating the new nuggets that we have. I apologize.
Morningstar Farm.
Morningstars.
Oh, okay.
Nuggets, we'll be using those. They're part of our program.
Perfect. All great stuff. Thank you so much for doing this, and thank you for being accommodating to even like one parent making a request, which again I was back in the day, and you helped. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Sue and then Michael.
I want to thank you too, Vinny. He is so accommodating to, I have talked to so many parents that would contact you about a child needing gluten-free, whatever. And you just take care of the situation right away. So thank you so much for everything you do. And I loved the presentation today.
Thank you.
It was really an eye-opener. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I'm just going to second what Mr. Balone said about Vinny, because I know Vinny for many, many years now, back to the early 2000s, and he's simply amazing.
Yeah.
Everything he does is amazing. He really cares about this place as this is his own kitchen, his own home.
It's home.
Yeah, so it's home for him. So thank you, Vinny.
Yes, so I just want to say, so everybody knows, because he doesn't probably brag about himself, but for the last 3 years, I've nominated him for Director of the Year in the Mid-Atlantic, which is New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and he won it 2 years ago for that entire area. So we definitely get recognized for the great job that he does here from Marlboro for you every single day. So I just wanted to point that out because I know he will not do that.
So I want to know why we don't have him as Director of the Year for all 3 years.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? Who
Yes.
can we talk to? I just, let's see if there's any other comments. Okay. So first, this is my first year in being exposed to Chartwells in this district, so, I didn't have any real experience with you, but boy, feedback and the reaction people had to what you were doing and how well they really received the meals and the services from both the administration but from the schools has been great. So thank you so much, because that made it extremely easy for me last month when it came time to do the renewals for your agreements and contracts to say, hey, I have no reservations whatsoever, and I think that was overwhelmingly the perspective of the board. So thank you so much for the work that you do and for the impact you have on our students every single day.
Thank you.
That's extremely important to us, so I appreciate that. I just had a couple of quick questions, and it's, again, because I'm not so familiar with it. One is, if we can, maybe sometime in the fall, through buildings and grounds, maybe we can do a tour of the cafeteria services. I've never seen it. I don't know if you've done this before. So maybe we can do one this year for some board members. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, no
Great.
problem.
I'd love to see it in action. It's pictures worth 1,000 words, right? Because that would answer my question. Like when you said on the transitioning from commodity-based meals to more on-site prep and from scratch. I assume that you mean you do that all on-site here on one of the schools.
Yeah, each school location does their own scratch cooking.
That's great. And I want to pick up on the comment where, with the education to our students, you're you're using products that every parent uses in their home every single day. And the more that they see that you're using it, it's a level of confidence that they have in using the same product that it's got to be felt in the face. And as a parent, knowing that I'm making the right choices, so getting this information out to our parents and letting them know what we're doing in our schools helps them to sort of validate that they're doing the same thing that's really good for their family at home. And then the other question I had was just on the breakfast program. I know that we're rolling it out district-wide. Does that mean that it's available to any student who walks in that day?
Correct.
Or do they have to sort of previously sign up, and if they sign up, they get breakfast, and if they don't sign up, there may not be breakfast for them?
That's details that we were talking about, Mr.
Yeah, that's all part of the logistics of how we want that. If it's before the school day starts, it's usually just a drop-off method, but if you do something where it's breakfast during the bell, there's going to have to be some type of sign-up sheet or something, some roster to know which kids are getting breakfast and when.
But regardless, all students will be allowed to participate.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just have to make sure we have a good communication channel around that, when and if that program gets closed.
And that's something, we're going to meet with all of the principals together to see what model works best for everybody. Because the middle school model might be a little bit different than the elementary one.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, just one more. I was going to talk about it later in my security speech, but I did security tours of all the buildings I'll be talking about later. But I went into many of the kitchens. I have to tell you, the kitchens were spotless. Everything in its place. Everybody, they were all there working. It was during the day, the regular day. Nobody knew we were coming in. And they were amazing. They were spotless, amazing, clean. You couldn't see a piece of dust anywhere. It was really great.
Thank you.
I just have a comment about, actually, and thank you for this. It was eye-opening. I mean, my kids have gone through the schools here, and I've seen it in action. And to your point, it is very clean because I've been here before. Not your thing, I think, more for the district. I just want to say that helpful on the systems itself to pay for the lunch, right? And so I just want to say that that's, I think I know we use pay schools, and then we pay that way. I just want to say on that point, tied to the lunch, super helpful there too. There's the ease of auto debit, because when they want to buy things all day, and you can even set a little timer to end at the end of the year. So I was able to schedule when it will stop charging me. And so I just want to say shout out to the district too for allowing us to have that flexibility. So thank you.
Unless you're my son and he buys people lunch, but it's okay.
Yeah, that happens too.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I apologize, last thing. We are going to do a tasting just before school starts. This way we'll have all the product in-house, and you'll enjoy it in August, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Yes. So I sent, and over the last couple of days, I've sent you a couple of correspondence regarding from our bond counsel. Just some information for us to discuss, just to get you a head start on, so we can hammer down an election date. So we did have our referendum kickoff meeting on June 10th. It was Michael, myself, the architect, the engineer, bond counsel, Lord Bishop Communications, and we really dug into basically what's the next steps for the process, what are the timelines, what do you need from us, how do we want this to look. Some of the things that were touched upon were, the communications company is coming to Robertsville and Asher this week to do some sort of video for the website that they're creating and building for us. Once that website is ready for a draft, they will send to us for review. Before that even gets published, we have to give the okay for that. The architect basically received the preliminary approval letters so the PEC letters for the project from the state, so we are okay with that. We're just waiting for a final letter from them, but we are able to proceed with, the resolution from bond counsel. Bond counsel basically actually put together an analysis for us that I sent to you for basically the success rates of referendums for months. we really picked his brain on it, and he actually basically said, he said, you know, December, while it seems like a good idea, he goes, it just has, every district is unique in itself for when it comes to referendums, but December just has the worst success rate. So he figured that he was trying to pivot away from us selecting December, and that goes to the point that you raised too about maybe December is not the best one. The highest success rate was April, but that was only 10. So the quantity is not there. So when you actually look at the numbers, it really looks like January and November are the highest success rates, but the most frequency seems to be September and November when it comes to success rate compared to quantity. So when we were discussing it, we thought, you know, based on some of these numbers, November is the way to go, I think. If not, then January. We're never going to make the September deadline. I believe he said in his correspondence to us today that if we were going to do the September deadline, you'd have to do like a special meeting, and it would be a big rush almost. So if we do want to do the November deadline, we would have to get the resolution that he sent to us as a sample on the July agenda for approval. And then he also made up a good point about financing as well. So he said, whether we take a short-term note or a long-term bond is really going to depend on when the election is. And if we take the November one, we will actually get the money before the calendar year closes out. And then when the budget gets cycled through by July, where we budget to pay off that loan, you'll pay less interest than if you would have waited for December to get the approval, and then by that time the budget approval may have passed already. And then you might be waiting 18 months instead of 6 months, and you'll be paying interest on 18 months instead of 6 months to pay off the loan. So that was a good point as well. But we also thought, from a savings perspective, just having it in November will save us about $50,000 to $60,000 on all of those costs that we talked about at the last meeting when it came to the election costs. So that's something to basically put back in, or not even have to shell out, and we'll just do it in the general election. The reason we tried to stay away from the general election is because of the frequency and of how many voters come out, and also the nature of the election. It is a governor race, so it is a bigger one where we were afraid that this may fall in the shadows as not really being a topic of where people will want to learn about or be interested in. So, but I think that's the best bet, and I think from a fiscal standpoint, that's the best savings for us, is just not having to shell out all of that money, especially when we're already doing other stuff that we're trying to basically promote this.
Thank you for that, and thank you, by the way, for sending the correspondence, because that was super helpful. Well, you said the resolution. You'll probably talk more about next steps, and I don't even want to chime in yet.
Yeah, so the next steps really are, so that sample resolution he sent to us, that would be on the July 22nd meeting for approval. That is basically the resolution that needs to be approved by the board, so he can send everything to the county office for the ballot for November.
And right now, I know when I was asking the questions, sorry about that, in the last meeting, I slapped this. We're on track though, right, for November still? We're okay? I was concerned of running out of time.
Yep, so we would have to approve it in July to get it on for November. That's the latest we could possibly do it, because I believe he said for the general election it's 74 days, but for special elections it's actually 60 days. So that's why he said, like, the September one, unless you do a special meeting, you're never getting on for September.
Yeah.
So we have time for November. It's 74 days.
Okay. And then the other piece is, I know you had a good meeting on the 10th, and that's great. What, for the Laura Bishop firm, is there a roadmap? I know you said about the website being created, and I know you had some other information just for everybody's knowledge.
So they're getting feedback from the Robertsville and Asher principals. They're going to get like a couple of testimonials when it comes to like what they're experiencing in the schools and the classrooms without air conditioning, especially at this time of the year, because I know the end of this week is going to be a little bit warm. They're going to put a video together. They're really going to come to myself. My building and ground supervisor was also on the meeting as well. They're going to come to that for us for the more in-depth knowledge to really give them to put on the website. They're going to basically design all of the advertisements that need to be going out. They're going to design a video, the web page. They want to put together a committee of stakeholders, maybe from the communities of Robertsville and Asher, administrators, I believe it was some board members, but they said normally you don't operate as a board as a whole. So the way we want to pass through that committee into the board would be something where we would report out each meeting, or we would have events. I know they said that they wanted to host an event possibly in the fall. I think they said October or September, where they would almost have like a town hall, and it would be held virtually or in person, depending on what we preference. They just said virtual might actually reach a lot more people that can't come out here and ask questions. So it might actually create more exposure that way. I just know we're not too keen on virtual meetings, but we might hit more households or send a message.
Or a joint, right? Because a lot of times I'll broadcast something that'll be in person, but there's an option for like a hybrid approach where they can do both. Because I agree that not everybody can make it,
Right.
but virtual only is like, oof.
But they would run that and orchestrate that as well. And then I know we had discussed if we want the full board to attend, we would just have to post it as a special meeting for referendum purposes.
Okay. I know you're looking at me for more questions. No, I just wanted to make sure, I know you had sent a ton of information, which was helpful. Is there anything else from the board right now that you need, or you're just going to update us in the meetings? I know we talked about, you did send us communications, by the way, over the last few days, just saying, are there other things that will come along the way, or you're just going to send as we get them?
The only thing that you'll see that we don't have yet part of the team is a financial advisor. Normally, even through ESIP, I know in ESIP we had, I believe, Andrea Kahn, who served as our financial advisor, and they're the ones that actually secure the funding for us, whether it be a note or a bond. So that's the only piece. I've reached out to 2 or 3 for a proposal to see what they would offer us depending on the size of the referendum. So that's the only other piece you may see on the agenda in July, is to approve a financial advisor for the referendum.
And then note versus bond, right? Because in the last meeting you talked about we could pull from this to pay or whatever it might be. Is that a formal vote?
No, it just really, that comes under the guise of us, whether it can be a short-term loan or a long-term loan. If it's a note, we're going to do a short-term loan, and if it's a bond, it's a long-term loan. It depends on the timeline of securing the funding and when we're able to pay it back with the reserves that we withdraw. So you never want to just secure a note, have a payment date, and then we didn't withdraw the funds yet for reserves. So it's just really a timing issue when it's approved and when we can expect the funding.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for doing your research. I know you suggested the December back when because you thought it would be a better option, and then you actually did research and you're like, that's not. So I'm pretty sure that the community also appreciates that. So I just wanted to say thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
And being transparent.
Any other comments or questions? Karen? They were very much in favor of making sure that they're any way that they can help support. Matter of fact, I think one of the comments from one of the PTO presidents was, we all are in this. So we need them to be part of our communication strategy to get the message out, because it's all Marlboro. It's both. The same is true for parents, and I want to say the same is true for our teachers and getting the MTA involved, and whatever we need to do to get the voice out there. Please make sure that they're part of our communication strategy. And then, while you think about as a committee, sort of thinking through, when we're going to launch this, the whole communication strategy, we've got a great event coming up in September, Marlboro. And we should think about how we can leverage Marlboro and maybe be a place that we can launch or get the word out that we're going to be there anyway. We are also doing this right. So I think it's going to promote the good word.
Yeah, and I think we are going to try to, once the school year starts again, our heavy outreach to all those organizations, whether it's Michael or myself, we're just going to speak to it, whether it's, someone from one of our committees that comes out to speak with us on the referendum and the importance of it. And then Marlboro Day is definitely an event that is going to help us spread the message on why it's needed. I even thought as much as putting a tent up with an air conditioner in there and hoping it's hot out. And saying this is how our children feel, but I just think we have a lot of avenues to explore when it comes to spreading this message, but we also have a lot of work to do. So,
great. Well, excited to see the work that's going to happen with this.
I just want you to point out, don't forget the senior citizen component, because that's a very important piece so that they feel part of the community. So if we make sure they're notified of the true need.
You're absolutely right.
And I will be happy to help with that.
Thank you. Some of that's actually started already through the work that we're doing with getting the word out on the budget through the mayor's, the township's newsletter every week. We're spreading that word out, so we're trying to get as much of it out, but we need to move on.
yeah, so we're actually, so the sign out front too, I've already talked with the township administrator to try to utilize that to promote it. And then when we start doing the blast of materials, I mean, it's going to be everything from, we'll do blasts to promote the events that we have, like the town halls. We'll do blasts to promote just the actual referendum. What we've learned in the past is pumping just like a small index card with tons of information. No one is going to want to read. No one's going to want to spend time on understanding. So we really need to just be like a bridge to allow them to access more information or ask questions. I think you learn the most when you ask questions rather than just, getting a mailer. So I think that's the avenue that we really need to approach here, is more of that one-to-one setting, or that setting where it's live in person. They can ask questions and feel why it's needed rather than just reading why it's needed.
Great. Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you. All right, we are up to public comments. Mr. Carroll, do you want to sign?
Yes, so Sue Levy. She left, okay. Mitesh Gandhi.
Good evening. My name is Mitesh Gandhi, and I'm a resident of Marlboro. I stand before you tonight to address one member of the board, Danielle Blomo. On June 6th, you launched a calculated and damaging attack on me and my family across multiple social media platforms. You made false, defamatory claims accusing me of spreading misinformation to the media simply because I shared an article outlining how you voted against an investigation into the Marlboro Board of Ed's response of an alleged molestation case. Let me make this absolutely clear. I did not contact the media. I did not seek them. I did not seek them out, nor did I reach out to them, or did they reach out to me at any point. Your accusations are baseless, malicious, and documented. Additionally, in other public statements, you criticized County Clerk Hanlon's support for Garden State Equality, New Jersey's largest LGBTQ+ organization. You have repeatedly expressed your opposition to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and publicly made comments against the LGBTQ+ community. As a member of the Board of Ed, you took an oath to protect every child in this district, yet you have chosen to make divisive, hateful remarks that harm the very fabric of this community. It is clear that your actions, both on social media and in public forums, contradict the values that should guide a person in such a position of responsibility. Your post was not about defending truth or standing up for what's right. It was a petty and vindictive attempt to silence me, intimidate me, and discredit my efforts. It was an attempt to create an atmosphere where others, too, might be discouraged from speaking out against your actions. But you failed. I will not be silenced. I will not be intimidated by your lies or your threats. Thank you to the rest of the board for allowing me to speak tonight.
First of all, no one allows you to speak. It's public comment, and everybody has the right to speak. Second of all, Mitesh, you wake up every single morning. You're here till 9 o'clock at night with your children, obsessing over me by name. There's several people in the audience who can attest to that. It has become a crazy, wild, just obsession with myself. all over the place. It's gotten to the point where the authorities have been contacted. You're a danger to myself and to my family, and the things that you say and do scare every single member of my family. I have asked for security against you because you are wildly obsessed with me to the point where every day, 24 hours a day, you are speaking about me by name. I ask you to stop. I ask your wife, Aditi, who is sitting on this board, to stop. You have completely attacked every aspect of my life, and it is completely inappropriate. And myself, my husband, and my children are asking you to please stop obsessing and harassing me and my family. Thank you.
I have no one else on my list.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak for public comment? Please come up.
I'm sorry, I don't know how Mitesh did this. All right. My daughter figured it out, and I couldn't. All right. Hi, my name is Nirav Kadakia from Morganville. Good evening. I just wanted to take a moment to speak about two things. First, I want to congratulate all the students who are moving up this year. It's such an exciting time. My own daughter will be heading to Memorial this year, and we're absolutely thrilled for this next chapter. I also want to take a moment to sincerely thank the incredible teachers and staff at Robertsville. Over the past 5 years, they've not only nurtured her growth, but also challenged her to always do her best and become the best version of herself. We're truly grateful for the care, support, and dedication that they've shown. I know Mrs. Bono had to leave, but especially Mrs. in addition to the rest of the teachers, Mrs. Bono has been amazing over the past few years that we've got to know her. The second topic I'd like to speak on is the Technology Committee policy. Now, there's nothing more exciting than reading policy documents, especially tech policy, but I'm really thrilled that we're formalizing this committee and putting a strong framework in place. With that said, I do have some comments for your consideration. Now, I know Mr. Ballone earlier in his communications or whatever that section was, did talk about a couple things that's going on, so some of this might seem a little redundant because I didn't know what you were going to say. First, while Mr. Ballone is appropriately leading the charge on developing and executing the plan, I would want to see if we could add an optional use of external consultants or service providers, somewhat like a CIO as a service. This gives the district flexibility to bring outside expertise when needed, especially for long-term planning or when internal capacity is stretched. Of course, we would have to go through a normal budget policy and transparency reviews. In addition, I want to call out the language around adopting the plan based on emerging technologies. This is such a forward-looking approach that will ensure that the district is up to date and not followers. On that, I'd like to propose the idea of establishing a dedicated emerging technology review group. While the technology plan already includes flexibility to adjust based on new developments, having a formal group tasked with monitoring, researching, and advising on emerging technologies would strengthen this approach. This group could include, obviously, district staff, instructional leaders, IT professionals, and community members or industry advisors. And they would serve as an advisory capacity to the technology committee, right? The role would be to identify technologies with potential educational impact, AI, obviously, AR, VR, adaptive learning platforms, and even cybersecurity, to make informed recommendation for further exploration, or pilot programs. Having this will ensure that new tools, that we're not just reacting to change, but we're prepared for the future while staying aligned with the district goals, equity standards, and budget realities. I have 8 seconds. Okay, I'll be quick. However, while many technologies are still emerging, in my humble opinion, artificial intelligence, or AI, is rapidly becoming a standard operating practice in education. I recommend that AI be called out explicitly in the technology plan as a dedicated focus area. I suggest the plan to include guidance on best practice for AI use in educational and administrative contexts, acceptable use policies for both students and staff, ethical and privacy considerations, professional development for educators and administrators, and strategies to help students understand. I know you had a staff meeting earlier, but this is to help students understand and effectively use AI tools as part of their learning experience. Done right, this could be a big opportunity for us to lead rather than play catch-up. Thank you, and I apologize for reading. I had a lot of notes here, so I just wanted to make sure I captured everything, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kadaki. Congratulations to you and your family and your daughter and teacher. That's great. Thank you also for recognizing the teachers at Robertsville. I mean, that is such an important component to what she was able to do with her team, and thank you for recognizing them. And then also, just thank you for the feedback on the policy. You made some really good suggestions and things that I think some may have been contemplated in the context of what we can do with the advisory board that we have, the advisory committee, and where else we can sort of like continue to build on this. But I really appreciate the insight and the fact that you took the time to look at it. I'll defer to anyone else if they want to comment.
Yeah, can I add something? So we will have a communications update later in the night. One of our primary focuses now is exactly that, engaging community members for the advisory. And one of the priority, so I serve on both the advisory and the communications committee, is technology. So I know you're obviously a technology professional, so be on the lookout for that if you'd like to contribute or know of other people in the community. I think if we could get the word out and get that spread, because I agree 100% it's important. And thank you for recognizing the Robertsville teachers and Mrs. Bono, who comes to every meeting and is a fabulous educator. So thanks.
Whether she can walk in or not.
Thank you for your feedback, Mr. Kadakia. You should know we actually do have an emerging technology group in terms of staff members. However, I do like the idea of possibly expanding that out to the community. So we do have a vetting process. Teachers come, they run through Mrs. Gross, and then we evaluate through our budgetary process some of the emerging technologies that are coming down the pike. But I do like the idea possibly leveraging the advisory committee with other stakeholders in the community. So thank you for the feedback.
I have questions, but I guess I'll wait for your update, Chad, from the technology committee about the plan, the path forward. I'll wait for your update and then I'll ask then.
Oh, no, my update's on the communications about recruiting.
Okay. There's no update on the tech piece.
Have a tech update.
No,
I didn't see anything. I just.
Because they didn't meet their waiting for the policy.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Which is up the second reading.
Okay, I'll wait then for the conversation after policy.
Any other questions or comments? Anyone else want to speak?
Scott Samaya, Marlboro. Good evening, members of the board and Mr. Ballone. I'm here this evening to discuss an important topic that affects all children of the district. It's my understanding that kids in the elementary schools get 20 minutes to eat lunch, which is frankly minimal. I have firsthand knowledge that it could take up to 10 minutes just for kids who are buying lunch to grab their food. By the time they return to their tables, they barely have enough time to eat it. This is exactly why I think the district should look into extending lunch period by an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The easy answer would be to shorten recess, but recess is an important part of the day for kids to develop social and emotional relationships. Admittedly, I don't know what the right answer is, and while I fully understand that this matter falls outside the formal role of the board, I raise it here so that other parents who may share similar concerns can also bring it to Mr. Malone's attention. I have complete trust in Mr. Malone's ability to address this in a thoughtful and appropriate manner, and I do not raise it to pressure or force any action. Rather, I appreciate that this podium and microphone give parents like me the opportunity to speak not only to the board and administration, but also to fellow parents across the community. Remember, full bellies lead to clear minds that can focus on the task at hand, rather than being distracted by how hungry they are because they didn't have enough time to eat. Thanks.
I don't really have any comments. 20 minutes does seem like a very short time to eat, so I can investigate that for you, and we can come back. I can work with the principals and see what we can do.
I don't know if anyone solved the problem yet, unfortunately, but it's a very important point, so thank you. Anyone else?
It is in the high school. I would just say the lines are very long to buy lunch, and then by the time, if they buy lunch, and then by the time they sit to eat, they don't have a ton of time either. I'm with you. I understand that.
It is. My kids packed their lunch because of that, so no one solved it in high school yet.
No, actually, to our graduates who are going off to high school, the secret is try to find someone who can get to the lunchroom first and start standing on line, or find the table closer to the door. That's the secret that Mike had shared with me. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak tonight for first round of public comments?
But I have a comment. I am just going to address the comment that was made towards me by Danielle.
Do you want us to close public comments first, or do you want to say this now? So, anyone else want to speak? No? Seeing anyone else, motion to close public comments? Ferrera, second. Mendez, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, public comments for
This is addressing the comment that Danielle just made. One, the person that came up, Mr. Gandhi, he is a tax-paying citizen who has a right to express the reasons why he supports or does not support a candidate. And it's exactly what he was doing when Danielle was going to abandon the Board of Ed and run for county clerk. He was expressing his opinion. However, Danielle launched a false social media campaign against him, basically saying that he reached out to media, etc. As a BOE member and as a candidate for county clerk, you don't get to attack a voter for expressing their opinion, for sharing information. That's number one. Number two, the falsehood that Mrs. Belomo
this is a Board of
continues to
Education
spread
meeting, and you're talking about
she
people
sits
that
there
have
and talks
nothing
about
to
how
do with
people
this
are
meeting.
attacking
Go
their
ahead.
families, attacking children, which again is falsehood. There is no merit to anything that's being said. I know this is the Board of Education meeting. I understand what this is. You decided to attack another, this is not the first tax-paying citizen that has come here and spoken against you. You did the same thing with
In the
previous
past, we are
speakers.
not allowed to talk about social media
And
interactions, Mr.
the other-
Cohen.
the other thing
so I'm
is,
asking you as the
I'm
president.
actually defending
This is not
myself.
on the agenda.
This is,
Ms. Gandhi has the floor. Let her finish her comment, and then I'll be happy to let you respond. Please.
thank you, exactly. To sit there and attack someone and then to openly at a board meeting say that a tax-paying citizen for expressing why he does not think you are a county clerk candidate, and then saying you're obsessed with my family, you're obsessed with my children, there has never been.
Aditi, you are
there has
obsessed.
never-
You wake
Actually,
up
I am
every
not.
single day and you think
I'm
about
actu-
me. Every single day on Facebook,
Actually,
you
not
write about
really.
me. You post about
No,
me.
actually,
You're
you-
obsessed with me. I've asked Mr. Balone
so
several
much done.
times to please
I'm not
control
done.
you
I'm not-
and protect my
Well, I'm-
family. I have a chance
I'm
to
not-
respond. I have
I'm
a
not
chance to
done.
respond. I have a chance
I'm
to
not,
respond.
I'm not done addressing.
This is out of control.
I am not
This is
done
wild.
addressing
This is a
what
targeted
she-
and personal
I didn't
attack
even say
against me
anything.
and my family.
This-
You are out of control,
Danielle
Aditi. I am
Belomo,
here for the
you-
students of
no,
Marlboro.
you're not,
You
because
are
you
here
were
to attack
abandoning
me.
the Board of Ed to go to county clerk. How much could you be about the children? You
I am here for. Every single day, I put in hours and hours and hours for the students of Marlboro. Aditi, your sole purpose, and your husband, you come to the microphone and you attack me every meeting. First it was Mrs. Seward. Last year it was Mrs. Mendez. This year it's me. Why are you here? To attack other board members or to get things done? Because every single time we come to these meetings, I sit here with an agenda to get to work, and you and your family come here to attack me as a person. You are talking about social media that has absolutely nothing to do with this Board of Education. It is time to focus on the children, get to board business and stop coming here to launch personal attacks on me, the person, because I am here to volunteer for the kids. I don't get up there to launch attacks on you. I come here to follow the agenda, which is what we are supposed to be doing as public servants and volunteers to this community. Enough is enough. It needs to end. It's every meeting. It's getting old. People don't want to listen to this, Aditi. They want to know about what their students are going to learn and what their town is doing in their schools for their children. The end.
No.
You are the only one that's attacked Mrs. Mendez, Ms. Gandhi. You.
Mrs. Belomo? Mrs. Belomo? Mrs. Carrero?
Here.
Oh, roll call. Roll call vote. Oh, you said here?
Say here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Don't
Mrs.
just stand her
Gandhi?
back.
Here.
Mr. Hyatt?
Here.
Mr. Lansky?
Here.
Mrs. Mendez?
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Here.
And Mr. Cohen?
Here. Thank you very much. We're back in session. We are going to continue with our agenda. We're up to communications. Superintendent's report.
I don't have any communications. The superintendent's report, the HIB harassment, intimidation, bullying report from the time period May 16th, 2025 through June 12th, 2025, we had 2 incidents reported.
Thank you. On meeting dates, our next meeting is July 22nd. It'll be a regular meeting. And then thereafter, we have August 19th. Will also be a regular meeting. I'm going to move for approval of minutes of May 6th meeting, and that was both a workshop and executive session. And I'll also move for the May 20th meeting, which is also a regular meeting and an executive session. Can I have a second on the motion? Mr. Hyatt. All in favor? Oh, you have to call roll.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Sorry, what was that? No, I'm kidding. Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Lansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Now we have 10 cops here.
Yep, so this is the submission of the Secretaries and Business Administrators Report and the payroll certification for the month of May 2025. Yeah. So the Building and Grounds Committee met on Friday, June 10th, and we did a walkthrough of Abbott Early Learning Center and Marlboro Elementary School. At Abbott, we reviewed the finished generator, and we saw the components that were installed inside the building as well. We also did a tour of the playgrounds at Abbott to see which one we got for the recreation improvement grant, that $88,000 that we got approved for. We saw the playground that we anticipate on changing out. We also saw the preschool playground that was redone last year. I know some on the committee have never seen it, so we wanted to show them how we made it ADA accessible and how it looked. And then we went over to Marlboro Elementary School and we reviewed some of the rooms that have had the split units installed already and are operational. And then we saw some of the rooms that did not have it and it was not on yet. So that is scheduled to be done in the middle of July, I believe. They're just waiting to hook up a couple of more rooftops on top, and I believe it's 4 to every rooftop. So they're just waiting to basically connect those to have the whole building up and running. So the whole building will be up and running by September. But they needed a couple of weeks extension to get everything finished and have more materials come in. And then we did plan on going to more stuff in the fall, some more schools, and I know now on the agenda on the list we'll go to some of the cafeteria serving lines. But then we also discussed some of the projects that are not finished. So Dugan's exterior doors are going to be complete probably by the end of July. They'll be working during ESY on second shift, sometimes in first shift. And Asher will also have their sewer pump house replaced over the summer too. So that's a lot of the stuff from this year. And then next year, we talked about some of the projects that are going to be happening with the district-wide asphalt repairs. Of course, our referendum, turning attention to that. But we'll probably go back out at a later date to see some of the items that were done before school starts.
Thank you. I just want to
Yeah, just echo what you said, and the systems that you put in was a great idea, great systems, a way that didn't impact greatly into the building structure. They have their own units on the walls there. Where it was, like Brian said, it was like we walked in right away. We knew right away that room was not on, and turned it on, and boom, had air conditioning in minutes.
I have something to say. Thank you again for that update. It was really good. And thanks for everything that you're doing. My question is, this is a board committee, and shouldn't Mrs. Bellomo being the chair of Buildings and Grounds? Because I've noticed every single meeting you're giving an update. I'm just trying to understand, because I know there were concerns that she wasn't on a lot of committees, but then she can fulfill this responsibility of giving an update on the board meeting. So I'm just curious why you're giving an update.
Mrs. Bellomo was the chair, and she was in attendance, and she read the last write-up, and I gave her a write-up also, but she's just not here, so I stepped in and gave the update.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a question on the paver for Memorial? Vin, I know you were going out for, you said something, Vinny, about the bids for the pavers for Memorial, how you had to go back kind of and redo that. Just, is there an update on that? I know we installed the tables outside in the courtyard, and it was nice for the kids to go out to lunch. Just curious where that was.
So those tables, I believe, were provided by the PTO. So the plan was to change all of the pavers out and do a perimeter drainage system in there. The problem is the bids were just coming in way too high. We bid it out 3 times. We had to reject it 3 times. So what we're doing right now is we're looking at an alternative to try to raise them ourselves and clean them. But we also are using the budgeted funds just to address the drainage issue. So we're looking to just, on co-op or state contract, just to address the drainage issue. And then when that's getting addressed, we'll do a lot of work in-house when it comes to like the pavers or restaining them or power washing them and stuff.
Thank you. Yes, and when I said we, I meant the Memorial PTA. We worked with the families, and they raised the money for the tables. Yes. Thank you for the update.
Ms. Carrera is going to read that. Ms. Carrera is going to read the Communications Committee update.
Thank you for preparing this update, Mr. Hyatt. The Communications Committee met last week to discuss new content needed for the board section of the district website. We are working on that. Is this good? Okay. We're working on that and working to do a more complete highlight recap of our meetings, which will be sent out to the township weekly in a weekly email with a link to the board website for additional information. Part of that will include initial outreach to begin recruiting advisors for the advisory committee. The initial focus for that is the 4 key areas identified by the advisory committee, and those include safety and security, crisis management, technology, and community relations, and communications, which will be important as we move closer to vote on the budget referendum. The plan was to get all of these new updates and content ready to start rolling out this summer, so we are fairly close and on track there. Otherwise, we're working with the administration to support their communication effort however needed. The end.
No, I just wanted to say I think the communications team has been doing great. I see like a lot of posts on social media about all the positive things that our schools are doing, and I know that Mrs. Gross and Mr. Ballone have a big hand in this. So, and also involving the township to get the word out. I know it's a new year, and already in month 5, we're already doing a lot of great things to kind of do the outreach to the community. So I want to say what an incredible job the communications committee is doing. So thank you so much for all of that.
We had our latest curriculum committee meeting on June 13th. Mrs. Gross discussed the funding for optimal comprehensive universal screeners, the FOCUS grant, which MTPS was awarded. Pursuant to PL 2024, starting with the 25-26 school year in September, all New Jersey school districts must use universal screeners to gauge student achievement of key literacy skills in alignment with New Jersey Student Learning Standards, English Language Arts, and JSLA ELA. While the district currently utilizes various screeners and data collection methods, the Focus Grant will support the implementation of a state-approved screener and provided targeted professional development for the staff. The district's grant application has been approved and has been awarded $17,070 to support these efforts. We also discussed the Title I Power Program growth. The overall growth was 41 points in reading and 58 points in math. The program also did a great job in engaging both students and families. This program is presently administered at DeFino and Robertsville.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Any comments or questions for curriculum? Moving on to policy. Ms. Cunningham.
We had our last policy meeting on June 3rd. We discussed a few policy. One was 6162, which is corporate sponsorships, and I know that we're looking to we're going to revisit this policy in July to align with the superintendent's plan for public and private partnerships, which was great. Thank you, Mr. Ballone, for bringing that up, and ways of how. Hello.
I'm going to speak into it.
No. Hello. Oh, here we go. You know, ways we can actually generate additional funds for our school, for our district, and how we can get local businesses involved. So thank you very much for bringing that to the policy committee. Also, we have examined policy 5200, which is attendance, because we need to make sure that we regulate in order to address chronic absenteeism and inform our parents better. And then there has been a continuous conversation on parent organizations policy. Mr. Cohen gave us a quick update on how it was brought up at the last parent organization meeting that they have at the district office. So we're going to keep them informed of the updates that we're making, getting feedback from them. It's a lot about partnerships with the parent organizations, because we really do appreciate a lot all the stuff that they do. They do for our district, for our schools. So we want to make sure that when we update the policy that we have and we keep them informed. And there are going to be additional policies discussed at the next meeting, which is 9200, 9150, and 9180. And that's all the update for policy committee. Thanks.
Additional comments or questions on policy? We'll go on to safety and security.
Sure. Safety and Security Committee did not meet, but however, Mr. Ballone invited me to join in on a security tour of the schools. Hello? I'm back. Was conducted by Mr. Thomas Gambini, who is a school security expert for New Jersey Department of Education. And we did a tour of all our school buildings to do a security assessment. The group consisted of Mr. Ballone, Tom, our Director of Security, our principals of each school, our head custodians of each building, as well as officers of the Marlboro Police Department and Monmouth Prosecutor's Office. Mr. Gambino was very impressed by our entry vestibules, procedures, and security protocols, and used the expression outstanding many times throughout our inspections. We were also given the opportunity to observe a shelter in place, during which some of our staff members were given the opportunity to observe as well. I was very impressed by the actions of our staff as they executed the drill. Our drill. Our 911 and police response systems were tested as well. I would also like to comment, all our buildings looked amazing as if it was day one of school in September. Shout out to our amazing head of custodians, staff. You know, I'm very proud to serve in a district that takes security so seriously. I'd like to thank Superintendent Ballone, Assistant Superintendent Morgan Groves, and our Business Administrator, Richard Calavello, for the unwavering support of board security recommendations that we put forward as a board. We were discussing further in a full debriefing. It's my recommendation that we bring Mr. Gambino to a security, to executive session in the very near future so he can give his full report back to the full board. and I think that would be very helpful for all of us. It was an amazing experience, I tell you all, just to see the shelter in place and to see the it's like a army drill. Everybody knows exactly what to do, and to see how it gets done is, I think everybody should really, once on the board, on again, get a chance to see it. So thank you, Mr. Ballone, for giving me the opportunity.
We did. We visited all 8 schools. Dr. Gambino actually mentioned most schools only invite him in for a few, and he was quite happy and impressed that we invited him to all of our schools, and the level of consistency that he saw across our schools he was very impressed with, and the fact that he got to see every single one of our buildings. So our community should be proud and feel safe that our students and staff and school community are the safest that they can be.
Thank you. Is probably the highest, most important thing we can do on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for that, and thank you to your team who pulls that off, and along with our Marlboro Township Police Department. Incredible. If Mr. Gambino wants to come, and I would love to have him earlier, we'll do an early executive session, so he doesn't have to stay here late.
Yeah, he said he expressed
Just say not too
he would
early.
do
The
that.
6:30 was like rough, but
Yes.
sorry for working
Any other
moms.
questions for Mr. Malonsky on security or anyone else?
No, I just wanted to agree that you said, Mr. Cohen, if we could have that happen, maybe normal executive time, but either way, if we could have him come and give the full report, I think that would be super helpful.
The committee reviewed planned revisions to the special education summer curriculum, which will include updates that align more closely with the general education curriculum, as well as continued development of supplemental supports with many of the special class programs. Special Services Administration also provided updates on the ESY program, extended school year. A total of 164 students are enrolled in ESY and specialized reading services. The ESY program will run from July 7th through August 14th, operating Monday through Thursday at Dugan Elementary School. In addition to academic instruction and social skills programming, students will also receive instruction in science, gym, and music. Specialized reading will be provided 1 day per week during the ESY day, which runs from 8:45 to 1:15. Additional updates include plans for summer evaluations and meetings, as well as a scheduled presentation on district programs at the August Board of Education meeting. Looking ahead to the 25-26 school year, committee meetings have been scheduled for October, January, March, and June.
Thank you, Dr. Niskowitz. Any questions or comments for Dr. Niskowitz? Thank you. That concludes our committee report. We're up to financial and business operations matters. Ms. Mendon, did you want to read that?
Sure. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, list of bills. 3, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 4, travel. 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying report. 6, security drills. 7, award of bid Chromebooks. 8, award of bid Chromebook cases. 9, Public Law 2015, Chapter 47. 10, end-of-year transfers. 11, American Red Cross. 12, lead testing statement of assurance. 13, purchase of 2 vans and related services. 14, purchase of 4 buses and related services. 15, approval of extension of agreement with Transportation Consulting Services, LLC. 16, ESCNJ contract purchase, Allegiance Trucks, DBA, Mid-Atlantic Truck Center for repair parts for buses and vans for the 25-26 school year. 17, NJ State contract purchase, Johnson Controls Fire Protection for fire alarm repairs, burglar alarm repairs, and related services for the 25-26 school year. 18, ESCNJ contract purchase, Allied Fire and Safety Equipment Company, Inc., for fire sprinkler repairs and related services for the 25-26 school year. 19, ESCNJ contract purchase, Spruce Industries for custodial supplies and related services for the 25-26 school year. 20, ESCNJ contract purchase, AME, Inc., Building Management Systems for maintenance and related services for the 25-26 school year. 21, ESCNJ contract purchase, inline air conditioning for HVAC repairs and related services for the 25-26 school year. 22, Sourcewell contract purchase, Flooring Concepts of New Jersey, LLC, for Pat Craft Shaw carpet, floor covering and related services for the 25-26 school year. Number 23, ESCNJ contract purchase, Hannon Floor Covering Corporation, for carpeting, flooring, and related services for the 25-26 school year. 24, Omnia Partners contract purchase, USA Building Maintenance for roofing, siding, gutters, and related services for the 25-26 school year. 25, Omnia Partners, Home Depot Pro for maintenance supplies and related services for the 25-26 school year. 26, Before and After School Care Program Agreement for the 25-26 school year. 27, Transfer of current year surplus to maintenance reserve and capital reserve accounts. 28, Contract renewal year 2, comprehensive custodial services for Marlboro Township School District. 29, approval of 25-26 school year breakfast and lunch prices. 30, award of bids, special education related educational services. 31, approval of agreement, Oxford Consulting Services, Inc., ESY. 32, approval of agreement, Oxford Consulting Services, Inc. 33, approval of agreement, United Therapy Services, ESY, Summer Speech Therapy Services. 34, approval of agreement, United Therapy Services, Speech Therapy. 35, approval of agreement, MJW Physical Therapy, LLC, ESY. 36, approval of agreement, MJW Physical Therapy, LLC. 37, approval of agreement, MJW Physical Therapy, LLC, ESY, Summer Physical Therapy Services. 38, approval of agreement, MJW Physical Therapy, LLC. 39, approval of agreement, MJW Physical Therapy, LLC, Summer Physical Therapy Evaluations. 40, approval of agreement, MJW Physical Therapy, LLC. 41, approval agreement with Bayada Home Healthcare, Inc. for the provision of nursing service for case number 936 for the 25-26 school year. 42, approval of agreement with Bayada Home Healthcare for the provision of nursing service for case number 972 for the 25-26 school year. 43, approval of agreement with Bayada Home Healthcare for the provision of nursing service for case number 974 for the 25-26 school year. 44, approval of agreement with Bayada Home Healthcare for the provision of substitute nursing services for the 25-26 school year. 45, approval of agreement, All Care Therapy Services, LLC, ESY, Summer Occupational Therapy Services. 46, approval of agreement, All Care Therapy Services, LLC, Occupational Therapy Services. 47, approval of agreement, All Care Therapy Services, LLC, Occupational Therapy Services, LLC. ESY. 48, approval of agreement, All Care Therapy Services, Occupational Therapy Services. 49, approval of agreement, All Care Therapy Services, LLC. 50, approval of agreement, Denise Aloisio, MD, LLC, for the provision of neurodevelopmental comprehensive diagnostic evaluation services for the 25-26 school year. 51, approval of agreement, Freehold Child Diagnostic Center, Inc., for the provision of psychiatric evaluation services for the 25-26 school year. 52, out-of-district placements for the 25-26 school year. 53, tuition students for the 25-26 school year. 54, home instruction. 55, approval of agreement, Educational Services Commission of New Jersey Special Education tuition. 56, approval of agreement, Monmouth Ocean Educational Services Commission for educational services. 57, approval of agreement, Monmouth Ocean Educational Services Commission for BCBA services. 58, approval of agreement, Limon Educational Consulting, LLC. 59, renewal of district insurance policies for the 25-26 school year. 60, approval of facilities use fee schedule. 61, acceptance of the 2025 funding for Optimal Comprehensive Universal Screeners Comprehensive Award. 62, recognition of parent organizations. 63, approval of agreement with JMI Enterprises for the 25-26 school year. 64, approval of transportation agreement, case number 981, 2526 ESY. 65, approval of transportation agreement, case number 981, 2526 school year. 66, ESCNJ contract purchase, Wolfington Body Company for repair parts for buses and vans for the 25-26 school year. 67, ESCNJ PEPPM and New Jersey State contract purchase, Turnkey Technologies for technology and security supplies and services for the 25-26 school year. 68, amended resolution, contract renewal, year 3, food service managed company contract. 69, New Jersey State contract purchase, Sioka Ford of Flemington for purchase of a Ford truck for the 25-26 school year. 70, ESCNJ contract purchase, Nielsen Ford for purchase of a Ford SUV for the 25-26 school year. 71, NJ State contract purchases. I so move. I read the whole agenda.
Good job.
Yay, and you're still alive to speak.
I read the whole agenda. You're lucky I got this lovely voice. Just kidding. I know you knew it. I know you knew that.
Can I have a second, please? Mr. Walensky, any discussions?
I'd just like to say it's nice to see the EIR program and receiving tuition students for that. So I know that was a goal of ours, and I think Mary Elizabeth is gone, but congratulations on that.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussions or comments for this section?
Go ahead.
Before we vote, so item number 52, the out-of-district student placements, we just need to adjust an amount. So for case number 947, the extraordinary services one-to-one aid, the amount should read $49,500, not $45,000 for the tuition rate, and then $8,250 for the ESY rate, not $7,500. 250.
And the other amount you said was 49,000? Thank you. Any other changes? Any other discussions on this item?
I had a couple, and I know we just went through like 70 of these, so I just circled a couple of questions I had. The first one is on item number 1, but really just in general, there's a couple of places where we had reallocation due to higher than budgeted, for whatever reasons it may be. Just a question on that piece. When it comes to reallocation, due to higher than budgeted, just saying it wasn't, not you, just asking in general, forecasted, right? Or sometimes due to raising costs or so forth, you have to pull from somewhere else, right? I just wanted to make sure of that.
Yeah, so wherever we have excess, usually we pull from to cover for a shortage. In this scenario, like the large one, that's the substitute. Ever since we have that expanded sick leave law, it's very hard to determine how much substitute costs you're going to need. So we try to budget an increase each year, but unfortunately, sometimes we just need to pull from other areas depending on if someone goes out on leave or temporary leave, and we pull from, if you'll notice, the salary lines and put that into the substitute lines.
And still using, leveraging ESS at times, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And you put in the extended sick leave will mean that you can take sick
Mhm.
day for a much standard reason.
Correct.
Than you self-being sick.
Yep. Okay, and then my other question was on item number 15, which is the approval of extension of agreement, just for those who are not reading it, with Transportation Consulting Services. So we talked about, it says here that it's needed just through July 21st of 25. Just from now until July is all we needed for?
So our new supervisor is starting July 21st, and technically as of June 30th, we will not have any supervisors down there. So we were just asking for coverage during our ESY program for a few days in July until our new one starts.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Sorry, I'm just going back through my notes now. Number 29, which is about the school year breakfast and lunch prices. I don't remember all the pricing off the top of my head. Just curious to know, are these the same? Did they go up? I know I saw like premium versus non-premium, so did they fluctuate?
So I believe they all went up a quarter.
Okay, thank you. And then, let me just go back through. I think that was all I had. Yeah, and then there's one in here on just the transfer or the allocation, I'm going back through it now. I have to go back and find it in all the pages I was just circling. Give me 1 second. Okay. Number 27, which is just the transfer of current year surplus to maintenance reserve and capital reserve accounts. Is that just an overall approval that when you need to transfer, we're just saying you could transfer if needed? Is that correct?
Yeah, so I have to set my thresholds in June. This way, when we do our audit and we find out what our surplus is, I can go up to that amount. Because if I shorted myself and I had more, I wouldn't be able to put it in because we didn't have the resolution in place.
Okay, so it looks like it's up to $1 million and into a capital reserve account, and by the end of the year, it could go up to $2 million. Is that what that's saying there?
Yes.
Okay.
So actually, it's saying maintenance reserve can go up to $1 million and capital reserve can go up to $2 million. Yep. And
Okay.
that's because we want to pay capital reserve for the referendum approval.
Absolutely. And so then throughout the year, then you're saying when transfers have to be made, it can go up to $1 million or $2 million, depending on the type of account, correct?
Right. So this is all depends on the end of the fiscal year. So whatever our bottom dollar is and our surplus is left, we can now play the game of transferring to capital reserve, transferring to maintenance reserve, building our surplus base where I show you in the budget. That's like the starting base that we use for our budget. So this just gives us the flexibility to be able to do that.
Okay. Very helpful. Thank you. No other questions for me.
Thank you. Any other discussion items or any questions? And Mr. Carabelli, do the roll call.
Sure.
Before you do so, if you are actually listed under item number 4 for board members for travel, it's for you. Please abstain from that item for yourself. You can vote for the other items that you see fit.
Sure. Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes to all except for on travel. Under board members, Danielle Balomo to attend the spring school law forum.
We can't hear you, Sue.
I'm voting yes, except for on travel, the section where it says board members Danielle Balomo to attend NJSBA spring law school forum. I'm voting no on that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Bolomo, Mrs. Carrero?
Yes to all, except number 4 on travel. No to line item 7 under board members, Danielle Balomo to attend the spring school law forum.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes to all, except for under number 4, travel. Under board members, line item, I guess, would be 1 under board members, saying no to that.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes to everything under board members. In order, no, yes to the second leadership, and abstain from my item. Got it?
Yep. Okay. Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes, but I have a question after this, so I ask it now or after? I'm sorry, because it's come up, and now I have a question. I'll vote yes, and then I'll come back. Okay, so yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes to all of item number 4. I abstain for myself. And I'm going to abstain to Danielle Balomo's travel to the North Carolina.
second item on the first item for board members on number 4.
You have any questions to this?
I did. I haven't seen this happen, so I'm going to ask Mr. Gross. People can vote how they want, and I'm not here to say if it's right or wrong. But I do want to know then how we, for whatever reasons, it's not my business why people voted no or abstained or yes. Just what do we do then in the future? I just want to make sure we're not setting a precedent of we're stopping a board member or whomever from a level of professional development. So I've never seen that happen, and so I'm just bringing it up to say people can vote how they want, and I don't have to agree, but that's my stance on it, is that professional development is encouraged, and
Let me just add to that. Professional development has been denied, or I shouldn't say denied. People have voted no for professional development, some with reasons, some without reasons. I don't think anybody on this board is saying professional development's not valid. I think when we look at professional development, let's look at relevant to the role that the board member plays. I'm just going to leave it at that, but I think the statement that it's never happened before, it's happened in recent months. So
I'm only speaking on what my statement was for a board member, because I know that people had comments about a level of professional development, its definition of it. I'm not saying that. I'm only speaking, I haven't seen it happen for a board member. That's my only statement. I understand people had comments, that's all. And I don't...
It has happened for board members, what I'm saying.
I don't remember that, that's why I'm asking.
It has.
Okay.
It happened in February, and I think in March as well. I don't want to get into this. I think we all voted for why we voted for this.
No, I didn't even ask why people voted a certain way. Go ahead. Yeah.
And I know people have, I believe other people have abstained from this also, from the Equity Expo, because that's something that I definitely remember. So I'm voting no on this conference due to a consistent pattern of misinformation and political manipulation by the requesting board member. She has blocked others, or tried to, from attending equity-focused events based on false claims, misrepresented information during board discussions to support her agenda, and inserted herself into meetings in ways that discourage open dialogue and alternative perspectives. Given her track record of distorting facts, I do not trust that her attendance would serve on the board's best interest, or that we'd receive a fair or accurate report from the event. Professional development should be rooted in good faith, and this request is not. And this was denied from equity events and other things that have happened even beyond here that we will not get into. But yeah, I don't trust the information, and I don't know if it would do us any good if this one person went.
Thank you for your statement. I wasn't asking, it's not my business why people vote a certain way, so I know you shared that and you had that written statement. Again, just to clarify my own, in this instance, I saw that the votes tallied indicated the board member could not attend. In other instances that you had referenced or that were referenced, people could have abstained, right, including myself at times. What I'm saying is that in the instance, this board member now can't attend, which didn't happen in the last instance. So that's the part where I was just asking certain questions of like what happens in the future. That's all I was asking. Because you were able to attend, correct?
Absolutely, but what if more board members voted no to an equity
No,
event,
you're right.
you know?
I'm only referencing that people can vote however they want. I was just asking what happens if this, I just don't want to, I understood your reasoning. I wasn't asking, but that's why. And yes, I abstained from one, and I acknowledge that. It didn't pass. That's why I was asking what happens now. That's all. So I guess she can't attend.
Board votes no to an attendance, it doesn't mean the board member can't attend. The board member can still attend. It's a question of whether or not the board is approving the reimbursement or the payment of that session.
Thank you for clarifying. So the board member can still go.
I can pay for myself if I choose.
Correct.
This is whether or not the board is going to pay.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification, Mr. Gross, because that's where I was like, what happens now if it didn't pass here? Again, I abstained from a previous vote, it still passed. So in this instance, I just want to make sure board member can still attend. They just have to pay out of pocket, is what you're saying, if they would like to attend. We're just approving the cost. Thank you for clarifying.
Any other questions or comments? Can we move on to the next one? We're up to curriculum. Dr. Misquith, would you read curriculum?
Sure. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. Number 1, interscholastic athletic competitions, fall sports, 2025-2026 school year. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Mr. Hyatt, any discussions? Mr. Caravello, roll call, please.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi? Not here. Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Paloma, would you like to vote on curriculum matters? Okay. Mr. Cohen?
Yes. All right, moving on to personnel matters. Mr. Hyatt, would you read personnel matters?
I'd love to. It's not 70 items. Personnel matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, retirements. 2, resignations. 3, employment. Certificated staff. 4, employment. Instructional assistants. That's a lot, though. 5, employment school aide. 6, employment maintenance mechanic. 7, reemployment certificated staff. 8, transfers, reassignment, and amended salaries. 9, sorry, it's hard to turn these pages. 9, transfer support staff. 10, transfers, non-certificated staff. 11, reassignment and transfers, certificated staff. 12, stipend, additional duties, confidential administrative assistant. Nurse, or 13, nurse substitute caller stipend. 14, lead counselor stipend. 15, lead nurse stipend. 16, lead mental health stipend. 17, stipend, Genesis and online program support. 17, oh, sorry, I read that. 18, extracurricular activity and advisors. Which is 3 pages. 19, teacher Saturday school discipline program. 20, assistant Saturday school discipline program. 21, substitute assistants, Saturday school discipline. 22, after school detention. 23, substitute after school detention. 24, summer nurse work, sports physical documentation protocols. 25, summer nurse work, review of allergy and medication documentation. 26, child study team evaluation and meetings. 27, teacher summer IEP meetings. 28, special services evaluation coordinators. 29, 2025 extended school year program certificated staff. 30, 2025 extended school year program for students with special needs, specialized reading teacher. 31, 2025 extended school year program instructional assistant. 32, 2025 extended school year special education program substitute certificated staff. 33, 2025 extended school year special education program substitute instructional assistants. 34, 2025 extended school year program school monitor. 35, 2025 extended school year special education programs substitute school monitors. 36, 2025 summer work bus drivers. 37, 2025 summer work bus attendant. 38, 2025 summer work substitute bus driver. 39, substitute teachers. 40, substitute nurses. 41, substitute instructional assistants. 42, substitute school monitors. 43, substitute bus drivers. 44, substitute bus attendant. 45, paid medical disability leave. 46, unpaid leave of absence. 47, amended resolution, leave dates. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second on this? Ms. Mendez, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Caravello, will you call roll?
So I just have some read-ins for
Yes.
this section. The first one, number 37. We have to add someone under 2025 summer work bus attendant. So a name to be added is Lisa Camerata, so she'll be added to that list for approval as well. She was not on the original list, so we have to add her for approval. So that's the first one. Item number 37, 2025 summer work bus attendant. We're adding Lisa Camerata.
Is that the same rate? 2133?
Yes, at the same rate. For number 29, 2025 extended school year program certified staff. For 2 names, so they're on page 45. Sylvia Carney, instead of 1.5 hours of prep, it should be 5 hours of prep. And that's in total for ESY. And the amount should be changed to $2,965.
Which name is that? I'm sorry. I missed.
Sylvia Carney.
Sylvia, okay, thank you.
And then the same thing for Eileen O'Driscoll. So it should change from 1.5 hours of prep to 5 hours, and the amount should be $2,965. And then one more. Number 26. Again, another name needs to be added to that list for child study team evaluations and meetings. So Carrie Ann Petrocola, who is not on this list, whose position is an LDTC, should be added to this motion for an hours not to exceed of 70 for a not to exceed amount of $5,099.50.
Can you give us the name, please?
Sure. Carrie Ann Petrocola.
And position is what?
LDTC.
Thank you.
Oh, and that's it.
Okay, Mr. Carvello, can you do a roll call based as amended?
Just in discussion, I just want to reference a past item. I know that it's not discussion here, but I do have to leave. While I was outside giving a harassment report to the police officers, I was retaliated against in this meeting by my travel being voted down by Didi Gandhi, Jenna Carrero, Chad Hyatt. That is a right as a board member for me to be able to travel and do professional development. And I just want it on the record that while I was outside dealing with the attacks that I just suffered, I was retaliated against in this meeting by taking professional development opportunity away from me as a board member who has had the least amount of opportunity to do professional development, and have taken the time off to clear my schedule for June 26th, and now I will not be allowed to go to that because of their no vote. So thank you.
You're allowed to go. You just have to pay for it. And you voted no to other people's as well.
Your travel got approved, and you're saying to me that I can go to the professional development, but I personally need to pay for my professional development that's allotted to board members while you spend an excessive amount of money on DEI initiatives.
And I actually share
I have to be here.
factual information back with the board.
As do I.
And I'm not
Thank
having
you.
this conversation.
Back and forth here. Thank you. We're not having a back and forth.
We have to do a roll
I
call.
just wanted on the record that I did not vote no to retaliate against anything. I stated my reason,
Yeah, I didn't
period.
retaliate. I wasn't retaliating. I was voting no.
You're on record for expressing that. Thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Roll call for personnel as amended. Mrs. Carrero,
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi, Mr. Olansky,
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez,
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt,
Yes.
and Mr. Cohen.
Yes. That's 6, right?
Yes, 6-0.
2 hours. Okay, before we move on, Mr. Balone, you have retirement comments?
I do have retirement comments for our 3 retirees noted in item number 1 under personnel. And the first one is our comments for Mrs. Yasmin Ali. Mrs. Yasmin Ali has faithfully served the children of the Marlboro School District as a speech therapist for the past 25 years. She has worked at Frank DeFino Elementary, Robertsville Elementary, and the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center. For the duration of her time here, Mrs. Ali worked exclusively with the preschool and kindergarten students. Her specialty is developing strong articulation and communication skills, establishing the foundation needed for students to excel in their academic career. She noted that one of her proudest accomplishments is the relationships she has developed with students and their families. She is held in the highest of respect by her colleagues. They often seek out Mrs. Ali for suggestions and guidance. In retirement, she's looking forward to spending time with her family. In particular, Mrs. Ali is looking forward to helping her son and daughter-in-law care for their newborn. Mrs. Ali also looks forward to traveling with her husband, including an upcoming trip to the Galapagos Islands and the Amazon basin. In closing, Mrs. Ali shared that she will miss the Early Learning Center, her second home. Her experience and dedication will be greatly missed. We all wish her a very happy and healthy retirement. Congratulations. The second comments are for Andrea DeNora. After 27 years of dedicated service to our district and the middle school, Andrea DeNora will be retiring from her role as a school aide. Throughout her time with us, Andrea has been a constant presence, forming meaningful connections with both students and staff. Her work, primarily assisting students and helping to supervise the cafeterias, has been marked by a steadfast commitment to ensuring a safe and respectful environment. She carried out her responsibilities with enthusiasm and a commitment to our children. Andrea now looks forward to a new chapter in Arizona, where she will be reunited with her sons and daughter-in-laws and begin her well-earned retirement. We extend our heartfelt thanks to her for her nearly 3 decades of dedicated service, and we wish her happiness, good health, and fulfillment in the years ahead. And finally, comments for Kimberly Jacobs. Mrs. Jacobs was hired as a school bus attendant on March 3rd, 2014. During her years of service, she has proved to be conscientious, proficient, and thorough in the performance of her duties year after year. Kim's commitment to the well-being of the children of her roots has made her an asset to the transportation department. She will be missed for her upbeat attitude, personality, and adaptability. These characteristics have made her a stronghold in the transportation department and an excellent employee. She went above and beyond to make every day special for the children placed in her care. Kim would have books and toys on her bus daily for the children to play with. She and her driver worked with a family to fill out the necessary paperwork for a Make-A-Wish Foundation to see a child's dream come true. Mrs. Jacobs has earned the respect of the parents, children, and her peers throughout her years of service. We hope that Kim's retirement years are happy, healthy, and fulfilling. Mrs. Jacobs will be missed by everyone in the transportation department. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Malone, Ms. Ali, Mrs. DeNora, and Mrs. Jacobs. Congratulations. We wish you all the best in your next journeys, and thank you for your combined 63 years of service to our school district. We will all miss you. We appreciate your time. All right, moving on to the next item. We're up to Policy Development Community Relations. Ms. Guerrero, would you read that?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, second readings. I so move.
That's for, do we have a list of policies?
Oh, do you want me to read those?
They're on here.
All right, no, they're fine. They're on the dock. All right, can I have a second, please? Mr. Lewanski. Any discussions on item number 1, second policy readings?
My question was not on the policy, it was just on the, after, if it's voted yes for the district technology strategy, which I like, I know we revise it, what will happen next, right? Because there's a lot of like key takeaways in there that are going to happen, but that might not be for this conversation, so that's okay too. There's just some things like to implement in there. I think you had like your 3-year plan, I think was in here too. I'm assuming the tech committee is going to meet and review it. That's just what I'm asking, like what will happen after.
I think it, it's just my perspective, you can chime in, but I think the next step is Mr. Malone and the school district leadership sort of puts together the components of what's in the policy, and brings the technology committee and the board together. And, what I like most about this policy is that it sort of elevates the importance of technology to the committee of the whole approach rather than just a technology committee approach. So it really does allow us to have sort of input from everyone, whether you're on the tech committee or not.
Right, perfect, thank you. That's what I was looking for, just what will happen. Thank you.
There is no tech committee, it's the full board at the meetings. There is no committee meeting. There's a
Correct,
board meeting now.
yeah.
It's a whole.
It's a whole. Yes.
We're all involved.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. All right. We are up to liaison reports. Please combine your liaison reports with your school reports, if you don't mind. Up first is Freehold Regional High School in Abbott. Ms. Mendez, you're going to read those for us?
Yes, filling in for Annette. So thank you, Mr. Messinger, for Freehold Regional. Their board meeting was held last Thursday. They also recently had their spring awards ceremony. Exciting news that graduation at Marlboro High School will be June 25th at 4:30. It will be the first event at the new football stadium. Also approved a new 5-year labor contract with the teachers union and hired a new athletic director at Freehold Borough High School. Moving on to Abbott, throughout the month, they've hosted a variety of celebrations and parties to recognize the students. Field Day was May 29th, and it was a huge success. The PTO collaborated with the gym teacher to host a day of fun activities. On June 9th, the PTO hosted the annual Spring Fling. Students enjoyed spending an evening at school playing games with friends and family. And the chick hatching program is always a huge success. Students loved caring for the eggs, playing with the hatchlings, and learning about their growth, development, and care. Thank you, Mr. Perno.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. The next one will be Marlboro Education in Dugan. Ms. Gandhi is not present at the moment, so we're going to skip over that. I'm going to go on to the next one, which will be Marlboro Township and Marlboro Middle School.
Sure.
Mr. Olansky.
Sure. Thanks to Lynn Franco from the Township. Marlboro Swim Club will have an open house on June 21st from noon on. More information and flyer will be on the Township website. MHS and all Freehold Regional Schools celebrate graduation on June 25th. Plan for extra traffic from about 3 to 6 p.m. and avoid the area in the vicinity of Marlboro High School at that time. Please note that the rec camp begins Monday, June 30th. Expect extra traffic in the area of Windcrest Road near the rec center during drop-off between 8:30 and 9 a.m. and pick up between 2:30 and 3 p.m., especially the first week as parents and campers acclimate to the drop-off process. Marlboro Day will be held on September 7th. Sponsor and vendor applications are now available. And from Marlboro Middle, from Ms. Milwaukee. Thank you to the staff, parents, and PTO for another great school year. The June events were fitting celebrations of the school year and will end with an ice cream party planned for this Thursday. We're looking forward to September and already planning school events, including the open house for incoming students on August 22nd and 25th from 9 to 11 a.m. Congratulations to the incoming 8th graders who will be our next class of peer-to-peer and conflict manager student leaders. Have a great summer. And from Lauren in the PTO, the 8th grade dance took place last week at the Grand Marquis. We had over 300 students attend, and the kids had an absolute blast. They danced the night away and had so much fun with the DJs, activities, and photo booths. There were tons of giveaways, prizes, and favors. The kids wrapped up the night with cake, cookies, ice cream, and sundae bar, and cotton candy. Plus, they went home to the most delicious and beautifully decorated edible favor. Thanks to our 8th grade committee members who worked so hard over the last 6 months to plan and ensure these kids made memories that last a lifetime. But they didn't sleep for days after all that sugar. Last week, all 8th graders also received the keepsake blanket. Hope they enjoyed cozying up with it for years to come. Stop by the front courtyard at MMS this week and check out a special sign for our graduates. Congratulations and best of luck to the class of 2025. Many thanks to our MMS families for the fundraising efforts throughout the year. Your support allows us to give back to our kids, staff, and school, and we are so grateful to the community. Looking forward to another great school year in September.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
I have an addition to that that's not on there. The Marlboro Middle School chorus and the band, the jazz band, had gone to Hershey Park for a competition, and they came home with many, many first place winners, as well as they had a soloist that was a winner. So I'm very proud of Marlboro Middle. And I also have to compliment Mrs. Nowicki. A number of the kids got sick on the bus ride home, and she put on her grandma hat. This is coming from parents. She put on her grandma hat and took care of all of her little cherubs that were on her bus. So thank you, Mrs. Nowicki, for being so kind and worrying about all of your girls and boys.
Thank you for raising that, Dr. Moskowitz. And I was just talking to Mr. Malone because we heard the graduating class perform at the middle school graduation yesterday. It'd be great if we can get the 6th and 7th graders.
You know, and on that note, I have to say, Marlboro District, the school district as a whole, we excel in the 3 A's: academics, athletics, and the arts, whether it's music or art. And you know, it's such a pleasure to be able to be out there, and when I meet other people from other towns, and when I talk to people that I know, you know, from the state and so forth. And I'm so proud to be able to say that I'm a part of the Marlboro School District, because we just excel in everything. And I'm so proud of these kids. They're great.
And I'll just add, and that's because we have an administration that understands the importance of the arts. When you look at the arts, there's not a CA for the arts. There's not a statewide assessment that you're going to have Mr. Malone talk about the arts, but yet we care about the arts here, and we make sure that our kids have the right, have the opportunities they deserve, whether it's music or art, or theater, whatever portion of art it is. So thank you again to the district for understanding that importance.
That's a very good point, because you know, in difficult budget times, some of the first programs that get cut are arts.
Right.
And it's great that this district did not even, put that on the map for us to consider. So thank you very much for doing that. That's just, that's a tremendous statement about how important it is here. Moving along. Next one is the New Jersey Monmouth County School Board Association action.
Yeah, I don't really have much of an update in Monmouth County because they're sort of on a hiatus, but I did notice on the website they updated their schedule for the new school year. So the first meeting will be October 7th. And they'll have the topics and locations when registration opens up, and registration will open up in August for the county meetings. So, for Asher, June has been an exciting month to wrap up a great school year. Our gifted and talented students participated in their sci-fi convention at Marlboro Elementary School. Our band concert was a huge success, followed by our renowned PTA Carnival and Color Run. The year was rounded out by some important and fun 5th grade activities, including our grade 5 brain show, assembly, and barbecue, moving up, and an ice cream truck. We are looking forward to field day tomorrow, which will actually be tomorrow, and final grade 5 clap out on Friday. Congratulations to all our 5th grade students and parents who had their moving up ceremony today, as well as the teachers and staff for another fantastic year. Have a great summer. And I want to add, the principal, the vice principal, the PTO, all of the 5th grade teachers there, the moving up ceremony it went off without a hitch, and those kids were just so filled with joy, and you could tell they have so much respect for those administrators and teachers in that building. So again, thank you for allowing us to go to those moving up ceremonies. I have nothing but the utmost respect. My kids went to Asher, and I've known the principal for many years, and I love that school, and I thought they did an awesome job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. For NJSBA, let me go to my notes. There was an article on June 16th, which was yesterday, from NJSBA about chronic absenteeism. So I thought it would be interesting to talk about that for a minute, since we talked about that in our policy meeting too. So New Jersey legislators will consider legislation on Monday that would establish a statewide task force focused on reducing chronic absenteeism in schools. Right now, there are about 15% of students statewide that were chronically absent from New Jersey schools during the 23-24 academic year. This task force is going to study some root causes of why this is happening. They're going to discuss best practices and recommend ways to promote family engagement according to this bill. A report will be due to the governor and legislature in 6 months after the task force convenes. So I thought that that was interesting that they're looking at that. When it comes to Memorial, Mr. Pacifico and the school staff would like to thank students and families for a great year. Summer dates to keep in mind: fall sports physicals are due by August 15th. Physical forms can be dropped off in the main office. Fall sports are soccer, field hockey, and cross country. Take a look at the MMMS website for more information. The incoming 6th grade open house will take place on August 22nd and the 25th from 9 to 11. More information will be emailed over the summer. From our PTA, our 8th grade dance was last week, and it was a huge success at the Grand Marquis. Thank you to everyone that helped, and to our vendors that were wonderful and amazing, and thank you to the PTA. Just so you know, they also want to thank the PTA that served on this past school year's board, and we want to now welcome our new PTA, and so there will be some that are remaining the same, and then there's a new person. So our president will be Yvonne Lattis, our vice president will be Fiona Chan, the treasurer will be Jane Grinberg, recording secretary Marissa Kraus, and corresponding secretary will be Chandani Shah. We do have some committees that will be led. The Spirit Wear will be led by Brianne DeSantos, 8th grade committee by Jackie Mazzarello, and the fundraising committee by Doris Swark. I just want to say the PTA is wonderful. I will miss it so much because I'm no longer here. But anyway, just a side personal note. And that was it for me.
Thank you.
Last of the PTAs. Absolutely, it's my pleasure to be here.
This will be nice and quick. Robertsville closes out an amazing year with the 5th grade moving up ceremony tomorrow. We are proud of our students' accomplishments and efforts. We thank our PTO for all their support, as well as our parents for sending us such amazing kids. Lastly, we extend a heartfelt thank you to all the teachers who supported the growth of our students. We look forward to a restful summer and welcoming our students in September. Best of luck in middle school 5th graders. And they actually had an amazing field day that I got to go on the bounce castle and help kids get up the ladder. So that was fun. Thank you all at Robertsville for a wonderful year.
As you can imagine, the month of June has been a whirlwind. The entire year has flown by so quickly. Our kindergartners entered through Marlboro Elementary School doors in September 2024, not knowing what to expect, and now they will be walking out on Friday, June 20th, 2025, as first graders. They proudly celebrated Flag Day with happy and patriotic songs, and they all knew every single word. The audience of parents and grandparents smiled and cried, seeing how their babies have grown and matured in 10 short months. Next, we had to follow up with our 5th graders, who learned how to read, write, and do math in spite of COVID. Who would have guessed that everything would have turned out just fine? The 5th grade moving up ceremony was a huge success. Moms, dads, grandmas, and grandpas, aunts, and uncles attended the beautiful outdoor ceremony. The muggy weather did not deter Morell's students from having a blast today for field day. End of year parties will be celebrated, and then exactly at 1:05 p.m. on Friday, the teachers and staff will be turning your kids 1 grade older back to you for the summer. We wish you all a happy, healthy, and safe summer. and from Scope. There are no new updates at this time for Scope, but they would like to wish everyone a wonderful, happy, healthy, and safe summer. We look forward to upcoming ESY activities, especially fun moments like the ice cream truck visiting the students. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Dr. Niskowitz. And I will, on behalf of both CPAC and Defino, read their reports. So for CPAC, CPAC co-leaders met with Special Services on June 9th for a quarterly meeting. 2 topics were discussed. They were ESY and the back-to-school packet information. A reminder that ESY will be from July 7th through August 14th, and information regarding teachers and supplies should be going out by Special Services very shortly. Continue to check the CPAC Facebook webpage throughout the summer for resources and webinars, and thank you to all the parents, the Marlboro Township Public Schools staff for their support during the school year. Have a great summer, and we're looking forward to a wonderful 2025-2026 school year. So thank you to Scope for submitting that. On behalf of Defino, we had an amazing 5th grade moving up ceremony today. Thank you to our PTO and to the 5th grade committee for beautifying our gym and making it such a special place to celebrate this important milestone. Tomorrow we're charging ahead with field day. Please send up some well wishes that the sun comes out, but either way, fun will be had by all. On Thursday, we have our last community event of the year with an ice cream social organized by the Defino PTO from 1:30 to 3:30 on the Defino Playground. And we end the year with our annual clap out on Friday, celebrating our 5th graders as they walk through the halls of Defino one last time. Our students and staff will line the hallways and clap, cheer, and celebrate our incredible 5th graders. Thank you, Mr. Straddick, for submitting that. Okay, that concludes our liaison reports, and we are up to old business. Anyone's old business? Mr. Wolonsky.
As I mentioned last month, I'd really like the board to get together and have a conversation on the amazing work we did this year with respect, and pick a theme for next year. Maybe we could start that conversation tonight. I know it's late and real quick, throw some things around, but I'm looking towards kindness. I think kindness would be a great follow-up to respect. It kind of follows the same path, gives the administration a good footing to work on. I'd like to hear from administration as well, what they feel, and all of you. So.
I like going with kindness. I think it was also a theme with all of your speeches at the 8th grade graduation. So I think it's the perfect next step now that I think you've done some pretty amazing work with the respect pillar. So I would support that.
I agree too. And one thing, when we talked about the year of respect, it came up in a policy meeting that you had brought that idea up, and Mr. Ballone was there and he was agreeing with you, and then you kind of ran with it. So I agree with kindness. I would say that to continue that, you then, Mr. Ballone, shared with us some things that you were implementing for the year of respect. So I know you'll go back to your team and come back, but I think that would be great. Like, what are the things that we're going to do? Like Caught Being Kind, or like campaigns that we're going to do. So you had some really good stuff for last year. So if we could just do the same, I'm with it.
Additional comments? Mr. Malone, what do you think?
I love the idea. So yeah, playing on this year's year of respect, it'll be a year of kindness. We're looking forward to having our 2nd annual community unity, which could also tie into that nicely. You know, if there are any other new and innovative things that we can do around kindness, I know we had done it many years ago, and I'd love to bring it back and continue on our pillars, right? We have that's our next pillar that I think dovetails nicely out of respect.
I still think it was great how respect and kindness was mentioned multiple times at both graduations. Everybody, Brian, your speech really hit on it, as well as the student speeches. So everybody got it, and I appreciate that.
I think it's whatever we do and continuing with this theme builds on no matter what. It builds on not only what's happening in the classroom, but what should also be happening at home. So I'm in total favor of continuing with it. I love the year of respect. I'm going to enjoy and learn a lot more about the year of kindness. So thank you. This sounds like a great way of sort of continuing on representing and reflecting on our students. So thank you. Any other old business? New business?
I just have one thing. So starting for July 1, we're going to change the process how we do board travel. I know it has been mentioned in the past, but what we're going to do is if you want to attend something, you're going to tell me. I'm going to put you on an agenda. Once it is approved on an agenda, you will sign yourself up and you will pay for it yourself. And then we will walk you through the process of submitting for reimbursement. I think it's just easier rather than keeping it on a master sheet or figuring out who's on what PO and going to what. I think if you want to go attend something, you will get approved, pay for it, submit us the backup to get reimbursed for it, and we will put you on a bills list to get reimbursed, similar to how we do for when we go to conferences.
I have a question, and we will have to, if you want to get reimbursed, we're going to have to write it up.
So you have to provide a write-up of what you attended. You have to provide receipts for registering for that training.
Yep.
And yes, it has to be approved before. So when you, that's why I said you have to get approved first. And then once you get approved at a board meeting, you can pay
Sign
for
up.
the training and register. The registration date of the training and the payment of the training needs to be dated after board approval. It cannot be before or the same day. It has to
Okay.
be after.
Okay. And you have to write up your summary, too.
Yes.
For clarity, is this process the process you apply for all travel across the district, or is this the process you're applying for the board?
I'm applying, we have it for when we attend conferences overnight. This is how we handle our travel. But when we go to things that can take a PO that's unique just for our positions, we will do it that way. But since there's a lot of trainings that multiple board members can attend at the same time, it is easier this way to just have you register for it and then reimburse, because the way it goes now is I have to keep track of everything that
Yes.
comes in, and then I also need to sign up on the school board's website for everybody, and then they also want a PO number associated with that sign up. So just to keep it simplified and just have just basically like one unique PO number for, say, a specific board member that wants to go to something, that could just be a running total for you for the year to hit it against, rather than just all these different purchase orders.
So this policy change, you have to communicate back to the NJSTA so that they know, or, because I wasn't sure if we're able to just register ourselves. Sometimes I've seen before, it's a note that comes back and says, you must contact your business
Right.
administrator to register.
There are some that require the BA to register us, and then some we can just register for on our own. There are times that if you remember, I was like, I'll just do it myself. But there are some. In those instances, I guess we should come to you if it
I'll
says
figure
that.
out that logistic piece, and if there's ones that need a proxy register, then I will continue to do it. But I guess from the standpoint of just being able to, and then this also eliminates the delays that we had when certain people couldn't get
Yes.
on to a training,
Yeah.
or certain people couldn't get registered in time. So I think that will help simplify this
Yeah,
also.
I just want to say, to your point, it doesn't solve for that, though, because in that case, we missed the cutoff because of the approval timeline of the meeting, which I understand, right?
Yeah.
We can't control when the meeting is versus like when the registration opens. I guess word of advice for us is register earlier or get it on. So let me ask you this. We come to you, tell you we want to attend, we email you, we want to attend something. You'll add it to the agenda, right? Is that how you'll do it?
Yeah.
Then when it gets approved, next day, hypothetically, we can go in and register ourselves and then do all the other stuff. Is that correct?
And if you're having trouble registering, then I would assist you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So you'll have to definitely walk some of us through that process. And this does not apply to the annual conference. The annual conference,
The convention.
Well, the conventions, I handle the registration, but all that information comes out to you after approval, where you'll be able to go to the website and see what hotels are offered, and again, you'll be able to register.
you book your own travel and then get reimbursed.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I have one item also under new business. Mr. Malone and I had an opportunity to meet recently with the PTOs and PTA leadership at their year-end meeting, and one of the items that Mr. how to potentially, address them going forward with our board agenda. There were some recommendations, and I would say it was, and chime in at any point, but I think there were recommendations that came from within the room about the liaison reports, about whether or not they were, whether or not there's any new information that was being shared here that is not already being shared in other ways that the PTOs and the organizations are sharing them with their community, and how can we improve them and make them better. And I think some of the recommendations that came from the room and through conversation was there were a couple of ideas. One was to potentially submit the monthly liaison reports, and we'll include them in the agenda like we include other items, and then we don't have to read them in a complete item within the agenda itself. Another opportunity was for actually when we invite the schools to present on student impact, or we have other presentations that we can include the PTO or PTA in that presentation. We get a presentation from them, so we get to hear what they're doing, we get to see who they are and their leadership, and get them to be a part of the overall school experience for us. And then there were some thoughts about also including some links to Facebook pages or website pages where we can get, provide more access to the events and things like that. Because logically, things change, or sometimes not every report includes all the events that everyone's doing, and this would be, by providing these links, we would be able to sort of share a much more accurate or more timely level of information with people, because the links are there and the information's on their websites. I'm going to pause there and say, did I miss anything, or did I paraphrase or characterize anything?
No, I think you hit on all of the points. I think it's fair to say that we fully appreciate everything that the PTAs and PTOs, MEF, Scope, are doing. And we had this discussion where it was, we determined that the goal, we asked the question, what is the goal of the liaison reports at the board meetings? And there was a discussion about, if the goal is to inform the community, then maybe they should stay the way they are. But we unanimously, around the room, determined that that was not the goal. The PTAs, PTOs, MEF, Scope, they do a really good job in communicating to the community on the upcoming events and perhaps, what's going on. So they don't need any help with that piece. We determined that recognition really was what our goal was. So if that is our goal, I liked all of the ideas actually, and we at that meeting, all of the presidents, thank you for attending that meeting and providing your input. We told them we would have a discussion here at the board, figure out what the board determined to be the best path forward, and then they seemed pretty amenable to kind of any and all of these suggestions, but we told them we would come back to them with a report on how the board, where the board landed in terms of the discussion. Particularly, maybe, I don't know, I kind of like the aligning them to the schools coming, but then again, I like it written out in the agenda so everyone can see it. So, just open for discussion.
I think we could do a combination of both. If you'd like, I don't want to speak for Michael or Mr. Alonsky and Mrs. Carrero, but we can, if the goal is recognition, we can, as a communications committee, figure out how we can do that more directly, so it's not just buried in an agenda, but it's buried in a highlights recap that we want to start moving forward with the PTOs and PTAs. So I think we could support both of those things, but if you like, as a communications committee, we could take that and figure out how we make those live a little more creatively than this 80-page agenda that nobody I shouldn't say that. We have some very engaged community members, but including a lot of them still with us tonight, so thank you for that. But most people don't go through this agenda, so we can think about that. But I like where you're going. If the goal is to recognize them and showcase the great work that they are doing within the schools, we're not doing it justice in this, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts on it. Yeah, so you're right. The PTAs and PTOs do a fantastic job of communicating out to their schools, and they could even broadcast it. However, I don't know how every single school does it. I could tell you about Robertsville, I could tell you about Memorial, but I can't tell you every. But I like the recognition here, how we do it, because it lets other people in the community know all of their great work. To your point, and to Mr. Hyatt's point, it will get lost in a 59-page agenda. Not saying we shouldn't include it there too. The more, more information is great. I know we talked a little bit about social media. And I think that I see it being communicated differently. I think there are some schools that I believe submit some information to the administration office, and it gets posted to their Instagram or so forth, and I do see that great work, but I think it's just, let's do more to promote that. So maybe we could tell them, did you know that you could submit like your end of year? Because I think maybe not everybody knows they could do that. I don't see a need to take it out of here, only because we're publicly sharing this great work, but if they felt like it wasn't necessary, then that's okay too. But I don't want to lose sight of their great work and promoting them across the board in multiple ways. That's all. So happy to still read it here. I have a deep connection, obviously, with Memorial, but I think let's do more on social media, getting their events out there, and all the other cool ways.
Go on. Okay, go on. Okay. That's a great thought. The PTOs and PTAs get the information out that they're having an event, but we can share the wonderful things that have happened at the event. And I think that that's the piece that you're talking about, that even today with Mr. Lalansky, that they didn't mention about the Hershey trip. But since I knew about it, I was able to share that piece. But if Mr. Lalansky wasn't talking about it, I wouldn't have had that piece to add. And he added all the other stuff that they've done and all the excitement. And I think that's important for the district, for others to hear. Because, say, for instance, at Marlboro Elementary, they had that dog that came, Pig the Pug. And he, when I spoke about it, other schools said, "Oh, how cool is that? Maybe let's put this into our, our list of things that we'd like to have in the future." So, and granted, PTA people here, share information with each other, but other people won't necessarily hear that. So I think your suggestion, keeping some of the excitement in is really important.
I'm kind of on the fence. I don't mind reading it. I mean, it's nice to read. It's like to see the things, but some of the things we do say are also in the past. We are saying things that happened already that maybe we could show on a screen or do in communications. Maybe keep it to what's coming instead of what happened. And then when they do I like the idea of them presenting here at the monthly meeting when their school is here, and then they could talk about all the things they've done in the past. So maybe we can come kind of half and half, keep it to what's coming, and let them present what they did when they come here, and we can maybe find a midpoint of that, a midway.
Right, or to that point, keep it how they have it, right, giving us the information. I'm with you, though, that they also should present here. I think that's great, too. But their school may not be recognized, right, monthly, and then we're missing out on some of those cool things that they're doing. So I love amping up all the great things that they do in the school. So I'm okay with leaving it, but if they all said no, I mean, I'm fine either way, but I don't want to lose sight of recognizing them every month, however we do that.
offer those ideas.
Agreed.
And if we have a hybrid approach, I'm okay with a hybrid approach. If, one school says, hey, I would rather submit if there's something going on, and I'll submit it not on a monthly basis, maybe I'll submit it on a quarterly basis. If that's the approach that they want to take, but I would like to come and present. I mean, I want to also think about it in that regard. But I know, some of the things that were expressed, and I don't remember which schools or anything like that, but I just remember, one school saying, well, we forgot to put that in our report, but we do it, and now it seems like we don't do it because the other school reported that they did do it in their report, and it sort of becomes more of a compare and contrast rather than a report out because they forgot. So, I don't want anyone to feel like anyone's not doing what, other schools are doing, because quite frankly, they're all doing great things.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I just want to say that wasn't in my report, but I do want to mention is tomorrow morning at 8:30, there's an award ceremony here at Memorial, but then they also give out certificates from the school recognizing each PTA member. I cannot say if that's a standard practice across the school district, but it is a really nice practice to recognize them also. So just putting that out there too. So any way we can amp up recognition. I do like, though, to your point, Mr. Cohen, of hearing all the cool things that are happening across our schools monthly, but that's just my own thing.
No.
Would anyone like to speak? Mr. Pollack, please come up. State your name.
Good evening. Adam Pollack, Marlboro. Okay. No offense, no one reads the agenda. No one's watching these meetings. It's like they get like 450 views. There's 4,500 students in our district. We're not communicating well to the people. Whatever you guys think's happening with these liaison reports, it's not having the impact that you guys would want. I agree with the sentiment completely, but no one's even watching these meetings, and who's gonna know what Val just said about what's happening tomorrow morning? The other lunatics that are watching this, I just checked, there's 23 people currently watching, so like none of those people are like changing their schedule for what's happening tomorrow morning. I'm just like just reality check. So I definitely think that there's a better way of communicating with the the PTOs. Maybe send out the liaison reports to the community. That might be an interesting idea. Like, because I like hearing what's going on with the other schools also, but I don't know. It is not an effective way of communicating what's going on in the school. The social media posts would get way more. And I also would be interested to know, Mr. Balone, if you could find out how many people are actually downloading the agenda from the emails you send, because you have to click the thing and then it has to download. It's the only way to see the agenda. Like, how many people are doing that? Like, I don't think a lot. So, I mean, take that in consideration. There's only 3 people from the community even here, all Dugan people, by the way. I'll just claim that, but we're the only ones still here. How much time do I have? I guess you guys don't see the irony of talking about like respect and kindness and all of that stuff, like about like the year of respect and everything, when like we have to take 10-minute recesses to have people stop yelling at each other on the at the board meeting, and like people, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I would look inward on that a little bit. Like, I think it's a little strange for us to be saying the year of respect was so good, like, but like we're not doing what adults should be doing in representing our town. It's like a lot of things that go on here are like embarrassing. I'm glad, honestly, only 23 people are watching, and I'm glad this isn't being represented more broadly. You guys are doing such good work, and the only thing that's going to be remembered about this meeting, unfortunately, is the back and forth and the nonsense, and that's all that's going to be talked about. It's nothing else that you guys talked about is going to be brought to the attention of the community, and that's the sad part. And I think you all have a responsibility to know that and not fall prey to some of these things that are going on and the divisiveness that's what's going on. And I know, I think I'm speaking on behalf of the other two family people that are here from the community. Like, we're not here to see the nonsense. We're here to, like, you know, talk about the school, do the referendum stuff, be better, you know, a lot of ideas coming through. It's just like, I don't know, play to the audience a little bit as opposed to maybe the community or what's going on Facebook and social media, and just remember why people elected you. And I'll say this again because I've said this many times, but like, don't embarrass the town, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. For
real quick. Scott Samaya, Marlboro. I just want to say about Miss Yasmin, the speech therapist who is retiring in October. She was my son's speech therapist for the last 2 years at Abbott. And I can't say enough kind words about her. We love her. She has done wonders for my son. I'm sure she's done wonders for other community members and students. And I wish her all the best in her new chapter, and mazel tov. That's it.
Robin Borenstein, Marlboro. All right, yes, we all want to go home. I've got stuff to finish up for this, the end of this school year anyway, but I just wanted to echo what Mr. Samaya just went ahead and said. My boys actually had Miss Yasmin when they were at ELC. Loved her, absolutely amazing. So she's definitely going to be missed in the district. So, but I hope she enjoys her retirement because it is definitely well earned. I do just want to go ahead and give my feedback, I guess, on the liaison reports because I write them. There definitely has to be a better way of doing it. They're time-consuming sometimes, and we want to get the word out. We want the community to hear what's going on, but going ahead and spending time to prepare them and knowing that they're sometimes not going anywhere is really difficult. I mean, I can go ahead and say just today, I was at field day all day, rushed home after, you know, helping with field day, cleaning up and whatnot, rushed home to go ahead and do the liaison report, and then quickly had to go ahead and then make dinner and then come here. It's difficult to go ahead and know that we're working so hard on doing these and that sometimes it's falling on deaf ears sometimes. So I think that there does need to be a better way. Perhaps a newsletter can be done. You know, if we wanted to do like a monthly newsletter and send out via email or something. I know sometimes like the spotlights are done like that or something. Perhaps people are reading the emails. That might be a good way of going ahead and checking, well, are they going ahead and actually opening the agendas or whatnot? Are they looking at the emails? And if we're noticing that that's happening, perhaps doing some sort of newsletter you know, might be helpful. I know with like the PTAs and the PTOs, I mean, I can only speak for one school, obviously. I can't speak for all of them. Well, two, because I'm on the board for one, but not the other one. There's a weekly e-blast that goes out with all the information. That's every single week. It's not, the information isn't coming from here. The information is coming directly from the PTAs, the PTOs, and whatnot. So I don't know what another good resource would be, but if we're going ahead and spending our time, we would definitely want it to, you know, people to hear it. So thank you and good night.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do as well.
Can I ask a question then to that point? Oh, well, wait. Do you want to close public comments, then I'll ask a question?
I'll close public
Yeah,
comments. Motion to close public comments. Ms. Mendez, second. Mr. Hyatt, all in favor? Anyone against? Public comments closed. Ms. Mendez, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just had a quick comment because Ms. Borenstein's perspective was super helpful, right? Because all of us have different experiences. I sit on the PTA, so it's super easy for me to get a couple of texts. Hey, Val, cover these things, and I know the inner details and workings because I'm on it, different from like if Ms. Borenstein writes it up. So I know I had mentioned, and we talked earlier at around earlier today about the amping up or how we can leverage our social media work even more than all the good work that's being done. So I know I mentioned that, so that would be helpful. But Mr. Cohen, then in your next, whenever your next PTO meeting is, I'm not there, so however they feel like we're getting that information across, like you were saying, is super helpful. I think whatever their perspective is, because for Ms. Borenstein to say it's an extra task, or a newsletter might be an extra task, but sounds like a good idea, or them posting everything on social media, on their page, might be an extra task. I don't want it to be more work for them. So however they feel like we're appreciating and recognizing them, I'll go with.
Thank you. And I think